All right, I went ahead and started this up live. Um, People should join and whatnot and talk about stuff. Click the link. Not that hard. I know all you millions of fans out there were like, man, I wish I could talk to Smeggy. He's so awesome on Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock. Well, now you can. You have a chance to talk to the one and only Smeggy. Isn't that exciting? I know you want to. Come on, click the link. It's not that hard.
You there, Smegs?
What's up, Hottie?
Yo.
You click the link because you're awesome. Yay.
Yeah, I'm still kind of browsing through these 13 pages of state shit that's going to get shut
Oh
down.
yeah, I missed some of that because I had to go take care of some stuff. But yeah, it sounds like a lot of investigational stuff is gonna get cut. And then
Well,
did
then
you ever get
that's,
to something about background checks?
yeah. So you heard all the Layden print stuff and all the
Yeah, I heard all
investigation
the
stuff.
investigation type stuff.
I'm trying to get, there will be no staff on hand to answer questions about firearm transfer background check results from National Instant Background Check System (NICS). Telephone, email, counter support for individuals will be suspended for those seeking individual criminal history records or status of employment and or licensing background checks. And then it's just no one will be on hand to enter new offenders to the statewide sex offender registry, blah, blah, blah. So if, my thoughts is if all this investigational stuff and keeping tabs of fucking felons and sexual predators, if all that stuff's getting cut, I mean, there's no way that they will even consider anything that has to do with firearms to be, essential to the state of Washington government to stay afloat. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's like I said. That is the concerning part. Um, that they're like, we're cutting everything non-essential, and here's all the gun stuff. Like, what
Well,
the
and
hell?
some of this other non stuff that is on the chopping block, non-essential that they consider non-essential is a bunch of vets who have earned their rights and they have PTSD and they're in treatment for PTSD. They're not going to get their fucking treatment.
That's crap. Hopefully, they get a budget figured out pretty soon so that they can not have to go without that stuff.
Yeah, Department of Veterans Affairs. Thousands of veterans and their families will experience disruptions in services that connect them to benefits they earn. For example, 2,000 veterans and family members will be without PTSD counseling. And I'm only on page 413. And then a lot of the stuff on 1 through 3 or 1 through 2, especially, was, you know, children and at risk youth and all those services that are being cut and or that, could be affected because of the shutdown. So yeah, firearms and the sales of firearms are not they're far from a priority, considering some of the other stuff that's on the chopping block here.
Crazy stuff, man. It's just crazy. Bird on TV. He's crazy.
Yep. So hopefully they get their shit together in the next couple days here.
Crap, I'm not going to do very good on this fight. Oh well.
I mean, it's just, yeah, to me, it's ridiculous that they can't get their work done in, you know, the regular session. And here they are, they're in their fucking third special session and they still can't get nothing done.
Yeah.
So 4 times the amount of time that, we as a people expect them or allot them to do the job that they're there to fucking do.
It's crazy. Do-do-do-do. I don't know what to upgrade. No, I'm gonna close it. I don't care about that anymore. Click of the link, peoples.
Were you there for what Night Strike was saying about the show for next week?
No.
Neither was. Well, I was listening, but had some fucking guy at the door making me sign petitions and whatnot.
This late?
I guess it was 7:30 when he was here. Fucking city's trying to make it so when police arrest people, they can't look into their immigration status. So they're trying to become a sanctuary city. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then the other one was they're trying to add in 3 safe heroin safe drug use sites, safe heroin using sites for these drug addicts so that they can go and shoot up with somebody who's with a medical assistant to make sure they don't overdose. And instead of doing that, we want to put those fucking people in treatment. And the other one was some safe space bullshit about, I don't know, some safe space bullshit where they got to provide bathrooms and, the whole transgender bathroom fucking thing. They're trying to force that on people in King County. Bunch of liberal bullshit.
Damn it, why do my Giants keep getting killed so fast? It's annoying.
I'm not sure, but I thought Night Strike was saying he was thinking about doing the show on this Thursday and recording it for next Wednesday.
What a dummy.
Well, Wednesday's the 4th, I think.
Who cares what Wednesday is? Tuesday night's 9 o'clock. But Tuesday's the 4th, you're right.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
I know.
He wants to do the show Thursday and record it and play it on the 4th. I don't know.
It's weird. Just fucking skip it for the 4th. No one's gonna cry about it.
That's what I say. He was saying something about Yankee being on vacation, so Yankee's not going to be on Thursday and blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
I mean, I don't care if Yankees on Thursday or not. We don't overlap audiences, so who cares? But I don't know. He can do whatever the hell he wants. I'm just a co-host. I don't really care that much. I found my motivation to do the show stays higher if I'm not required to do the show. As much as he gives me shit if I miss it, in my brain, if it's like a job, like I have to do it, then I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to do it. But if it's just oh yeah, I can like do it whenever I feel like. If I'm busy, like who cares? Then I'm more likely to do it. It's a mental thing.
And the more shit he gives you about missing it every once in a while, the more you're like, well, fuck you. I'm going to miss it next week too. Just to spite you.
Yeah, good thing it wasn't last night because I was fucking zonked out last night. It was weird. Like I said, I fell asleep like, I don't know, 6 o'clock or something, or a little after. I don't forget exactly when. But I slept until like 3:45 this morning. I woke up and was just like, wow, that was a long nap. And of course, I was wide awake, so I'm like, "Well, shit!" Like, I don't know, I did some stuff or whatever, but then um, I ended up falling back asleep like right before my alarm went off for the morning. So my alarm goes off, and then I'm tired as shit. I'm like, "What that?" Like, if I would have just got up and went into work, I would have felt great. But work wasn't open yet, and so I end up sleeping for another 15 minutes, and then when I wake up, I'm tired as hell. Like, that's annoying. I think I'm gonna do one more attack, and then I'll upgrade something. I don't know what to upgrade. I guess it depends on how much money I have. Oh my, I don't really have any money to upgrade stuff that I want to. Maybe I'll do a couple more attacks. We'll see how much monies I get from this. Holy shit, this guy's got a lot of stuff. That's annoying. Alright, let's attack right here. We'll put one dude over there. One dude up there. Oh, I need my archer people. Archer people. And we'll put these guys over here. See what happens.
Any word from Pink? Is he just working or what?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Pink in a while.
Should have asked Marco today when I talked to him what was up.
Ooh, I can upgrade my builder barracks. So I don't feel like doing another attack, but I want to upgrade something that's like defense. I'll upgrade my Tesla coil. There, done. All right. And log out of this game. Oh, man. I'm actually a little tired tonight. People are working. Okay, why do we care if you're working? Pants and yesterday are working. Yeah, okay, whatever. We weren't talking about you. We were talking about Pink. But yeah, I know those guys work the night shift. Oh, we should have talked about that. Yeah, that's a good one, Knives. We should talk about that on Hit or Miss. The California DOJ rejected the regulations for the bullet button assault weapons. So they said, nope, like go back to the drawing board, like make up new shit.
Well, because first all that shit had to be registered by January 1st at 18, and now it got pushed back to July 18.
Yeah, because they were trying to they got to give them time to be like they passed the thing saying, yep, we're gonna like ban a bunch of stuff, and then they're
There's no
like, we need to
system
figure out how to do it.
There's no system in place for them to register.
But I wonder what got rejected as far like what they were trying to do and why it got rejected. That'd be interesting to know.
I don't know. Tell Knives to get his ass in here and tell us.
Knives don't know.
He posts all that shit, so he
It doesn't mean he knows any of it.
Well, I assume he reads the stuff to.
No, see, that's you assume wrong.
Well, he doesn't just.
Yes, he does. He just posts random shit.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
Everything
does.
he posts seems to be relevant. Otherwise, you. Never mind.
I'm not even sure Knives knows what guns are. And if he was in here, he could defend himself, but he's not, so he can't, so therefore I'm right.
Fuck you, Smiggy. That's for
What?
Knives.
Fuck you.
That's for Knives.
Dude, Knives don't need no white knight helping him out.
Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
No, it's not.
No. I can see it in your eyes.
How you doing, Knives?
Yo. Oh, that
So what's the
shit.
dealio? What part didn't they like about the regulation? It
So
wasn't strict enough?
last time they put it in, they rejected it. So Kamala Harris left and this new guy came in. And he rewrote some stuff and they sent it in and they rejected it again. And this time they didn't want to notify the public.
Yeah, they always like doing shit behind closed doors.
Yeah, that's what they wanted to do. And then they got raped. They're gonna try to rewrite it again and probably send it in. But by the time they send it in, everybody's gonna be a felon.
Well, I can't imagine it would go into effect until after they figure out like exactly how to do it or whatever, right?
Yep.
Holy crap, that balloon actually killed my tower. What a bastard.
What are you playing?
Clash Royale.
I was trying to play Mobile Strike on my brother's iPad.
Oh shit, man. I might as well not.
No
even...
matter.
Oh, actually, yeah. If I get like 2 wins, I'll be in 10th place.
They want you to pay for everything on those games.
Yeah, you just don't do that shit. Just don't buy all that stupid upgrade stuff. Damn you. Let's see if I can split the defense. I'm gonna try split the defense and see what happens. Oh, fucking tornado, you piece of shit. Bastards. I can just tell by how like this guy's like leading the tournament, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna kick my ass. But you never know. I might get lucky. Crap. Woohoo!
Crypto HVS reporting in.
What's up, buddy?
I went to a Safeway, bought some food, even a prepper item here. Organic bananas, chips, dehydrated. Anyway. Got a few other things, but at the cashier, I got in a checking line from hell it's like the person in front of me had some problem with their credit card and they had to ring everything up and like 3 times you have to uncharge every item one at a time and then recharge everything and then charge back everything and then recharge it all again. It's just hate when that happens. Waiting for my Amazon shipment of number 10 cans to get here.
Oh boy.
Yes, if I say number 10 can of Mountain House more than 3 times in 10 seconds, they pay me $20 every time. So.
Is that how that works?
But they pay me in Bitcoin, so.
They pay you in Terahash?
That would be better than Bitcoin. It's infinite term contract. They'll mine Bitcoin for eternity. Infinity. It's a little infinity symbol on the under the term of contract. So. Every day they add just a little bit of Ether and Bitcoin. So if we have any problems with the Supreme Court, I'll just have to buy it with Bitcoin.
That'd be nice.
Then everybody.
So it's been working for a little bit. Like, do you have they like given you a little bit now? Like, are you getting 1,000th per day or 100th per day or? Like
yeah,
what?
It's like I can show you if you want.
I'm just very curious on like what the output actually is.
Well, obviously, if I had more terahash than 2.5, I'd be getting more. But see,
I know that's what I'm curious at that level. What kind of?
I'll show you.
I don't know. That's the thing. That's the thing. I understand how Bitcoin mining works. What I don't understand is you get like a coin a day or a coin a year. You know what I mean? Like I don't understand how often it actually solves the blockchain on some of these big farms.
All right, let me get over to my account page here. All right, can you see that? All right, so I'll click on my. Can you see that?
Yeah.
All right, screen share here. My orders. I think that they don't go into the completed orders until like a certain amount of time if you paid with a credit card, which I did, and instead of just buying Bitcoin on Coinbase and then sending it to them, which I can't do because I'm in Hawaii anyway, and they don't operate in Hawaii. But so here's how much they added, going back in history. So for Bitcoin, it's 0.00069. So like yesterday, the Ethereum was 0.002. Getting more Ethereum. But that's only a 2-year mining contract, though. So it's not like for infinity, like the other
That
ones.
was in a day. You got a 10,000 or like 1/1000th of a Bitcoin.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, a little bit more because it's 0.6, but yeah.
Well, it's adding up over time, and so this is
Oh,
what
for
I've
sure.
got now.
Listen. I was never knocking or anything. I was just.
You can knock it all you want. I could care less.
I wasn't. I'm just saying. I was just curious as to.
Here's the answer. Here's the answer. 2 days of pending Bitcoin payouts. I've got a little over 1,000th of or something like that. 0.001 of Bitcoin and 0.004 of Ether. All the cryptos went down today apparently. I don't know if it was related to the big, Ukrainian or Russian-based at Ukrainian cyber attack, whatever. Another, they said Russia targeted Ukraine, but it just kind of blew back up in their face and spread all over the place with one of those ransomware attacks that was, supposedly hacked out of an NSA computer or something and then repurposed by Russian crime mafias or something, or Russia itself. But they wound up like shutting down their own reactor in Chernobyl or something, or the radiation detector, not the reactor. So yeah, there's some big cyber attack that's spreading out across the planet. So that may have had something to do with it. I don't know. I don't care. I don't have to do anything to this account. I don't even have to look at it. So I haven't bought any upgrades to it. I heard they might be having you might be able to. They're gonna in a couple of days. They might be reinstituting a Dash, selling Dash mining, and which is supposed to be the most efficient mining. But and then you could pay it in whatever, you pay it in. You can get mine Bitcoin with it, but it's just a mining equation, I guess.
So what happens when all this goes into the negative? Do they send you a bill?
What goes into the negative? It's not a trading. It's not a exchange. It's not an exchange. I'm not on margin. There's
right. He's mining Bitcoins.
I'm not buying them. I'm mining them. It's a mining contract. See, I just paid him. You can see how much I paid him down here. This contract is for infinity. This contract is for infinity. That's 1 terahash. That's 1.5 terahash. SHA-256 is the Bitcoin contract, and this Dagger Hashimoto is a 2-year contract. That's good until 6/25/2019, and at 5 mega hashes of ether mining. So that's how much I paid for these contracts. So. And it's still just pay us. So yeah, if it goes down, it's just worth it's not worth as much. The coins go down to nothing, then that's all I lost is what I paid for the mining contract. But I don't think Bitcoin's going down to nothing. But it may, but whichever way it goes, I'm not panicked. I don't really, this isn't essential for me that I have to make money on this, So. But I'm just stacking up Bitcoins slowly over time and Ether. Whatever. If I was basically the dangerous thing about, is if you're on a exchange on a margin account, and if you buy on margin, then and it goes down, and they could margin call you and sell you out. Which happened on a flash crash, But some other people, I don't have a margin trading account. I'm not on an exchange. I just have a mining contract, and I'll just eventually put all this into a blockchain wallet of some type until I buy an aircraft carrier, a jungle compound, or whatever I'm going to spend all this money on, or a Gatling gun. Be so cool to buy a Gatling gun with Bitcoin. Buying something from the what year did he invent that? 1840, 1850, or 1860? Something like that. I forget. Maybe somebody out there on Gun Channels knows. Anyway. And I'm also got paid some Steam on the Steam account today.
Did you guys give the Yankees fundraiser for that dog so you can possibly win that Shockwave?
I didn't even know I don't monitor what Yankee Marshall's doing, so I didn't even know there was a fundraiser.
He's doing some fundraiser for some dog that needs surgery or something, and he's giving kind of.
I like dogs.
When you do it, and he wrote how to do it, you put the Yankee Marshall in somewhere after your name or something like that, and he's gonna keep track and enter everybody into a drawing and give away a Mossberg Shockwave.
that a new shotgun or something? Shockwave?
It's one of them shotguns that has like the weird grip, so it's not technically a shotgun. Therefore, like it doesn't have to worry about the barrel length. It's just a firearm. It's not like anything fancy.
It's nothing fancy.
Sure.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I didn't know about it. But I've decided that as far as the Peruta case goes, I'm just going to keep on keeping on. I'll try and find some thirds, some other Second Amendment organization that I haven't contributed to yet, and I'll probably make a donation to one of them. I'm not quitting. I'm going to keep fighting.
So I'm still confused about one thing, and I think G kind of was too during the Daily Gun Show. So they said they're not taking it up. Does that just mean they're not taking it up? They're not going to hear it this session, or
no? They're not hearing it.
Period.
They're not going to hear it. Period. So I was, basically.
What's your understanding, Smiley or Smiley, Smeggy?
That's kind of my understanding. Is that they're not going to hear it.
Yep.
Now it's possible if another case comes up, and then that kind of contradicts it or whatever, then they'll take up like the whole topic.
Basically,
it wouldn't be called Peruta anymore. It'd be called whatever the new one is.
Yeah, well, if you listen to the Every Second Matters show on the 22nd that they broadcast, you can hear the Florida Carry guys talk about the Norman case, which they're trying to bring to the Supreme Court. The NRA is giving them, is backing them financially with lawyers or whatever to file at the Supreme Court the Norman case in Florida, which is another Second Amendment case. So it basically, the way I tried to describe it in my show was, I've been sitting there I've read all the amicus briefs of both sides, all the way up from the 9th through all the SCOTUS filings and everything, and it's like watching paint dry for like several years, and then it's finally dry enough. Then you step back and look at it, and it's just the wrong color, and you have to scrape it all off and start over. So this case, they didn't want to hear this case for whatever reason. Whatever their reasons are. It doesn't necessarily mean that that we don't have a pro-gun majority. It's just that maybe they didn't like the way this case was laid out. They knew maybe they have heard of the Norman case and they think they could make a simpler ruling in some other way. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a legal, I'm not a judge where, but I guess they had their reasons.
Didn't one of the judges come out and say he was furious that they're not taking it up? What was that?
Yeah.
Thomas or something?
Thomas and Gorsuch.
Yeah, they both said they wish they would have taken it because it's important to the Second Amendment.
Yeah, denying, everyone in America the right to bear arms is intolerable or something. I forgot what word they used. I read it on my show, but so tune into my shows on Mondays. But other than that, it's like we just have to wait for the next case. Just don't quit, keep fighting. You were born free, you have the courage to live that way, and so just find another Second Amendment organization that you haven't signed up for yet. If you're signed up to 4, make it 5. Really soon, and then just keep fighting. That's all you can do. You can't roll over. But they got the Norman case, so if you're not a member of Florida Carry, I'm sure they could use the help. Every membership matters, I guess. FloridaCarry.org or whatever, and it's not that expensive for sustaining membership. I think it's $25 or $20. I forgot what I paid. I really like having the card in my wallet, Florida Carry, but just keep fighting. That's all you can do. Yeah, it was a little disheartening, but
Hey guys, I was listening to Cam and Company in his podcast, and one of the things they were saying was that it was not a good case to hear procedurally because he had some lawyer on his show. So that odds are that the next case that comes up will be the one that they want to hear rather than this one because this one just didn't lay out well. I guess there's already a Pruder 2 in the works.
No, there's not. There's a Norman case. The Norman case is
Okay, the Norman case is the second one then. But that was one of the speculations that this guest that he had on there had, is that it was because of its procedural nightmarish. That
I call bullshit on that. it's just whatever it was, they had their reasons, and maybe who knows, maybe they could get one of the liberals will resign or die of old age soon before next year. But
that was part of Thomas's rebuttal too, and why it was so scathing is that he said, we've heard, 30 cases on the First Amendment, and we've heard 0 on the second in the last decade.
Yes, they don't. Well, hey, what do you want me to do about it? I'm just a YouTube guy. All I can do is, join all the Second Amendment organizations, blog about it, talk about it, make people aware about it, and try and get them to join all the Second Amendment organizations because they have to pay for all those lawyers, to file all those briefs that keep getting turned down. Eventually, hopefully, they'll pick up a case, and Americans will, they won't get whose states are infringing upon their rights will get some kind of, relief on against civil deny states that deny their civil liberties, deprivation of civil rights. Yeah, that's what they are, deprivation of civil rights cases.
It would be nice to see one nice win from the NRA just to make me feel better about all the money that I give them.
Well, Trump winning was a big thing, and getting Gorsuch on the court was a big thing. But it's like you haven't. The fight isn't over.
No, that's the soldiers for the fight. Now we actually need to have the fight.
Well, yeah, but everybody has to keep fighting. So that's all you can do. Yeah, you just wanted to cry for shit. I've been watching that case for 5 years, and it just disappeared. But like I said, it's just the paint's the wrong color. Scrape it all up and start over again. That's all you can do. So. I just want a case that will really make Rachel Maddow hyperventilate and drop dead live on TV. I mean, I tune in for that. But if that happened, I'm sure they'd play it on Fox. So, God. So I'm waiting for my number 10 cans of Mountain House from Amazon to arrive. I checked the mail this morning. They weren't here, but the mail person probably hadn't come by yet. So.
Yeah, my big fight right now is, since I live in Wisconsin, they're actually trying to put through a constitutional carry bill, and they're trying to fix the school zone carry with that same bill. So
I think I heard something about
get up all the state senators that I can with it.
How does the school zone thing play into that? Well, I mean, what are they trying to do with that?
Well, one of the things Wisconsin has on the books is that you can't bring a gun into a school zone, period. It's a felony. You can't have it locked in your trunk and pick up your kid from school without committing a felony. So because of the way the law is written, it's one of the things they want to change is fix that so that, it's not as overreaching in a sense. Because it's even worse for me, because if I go to church on Sunday, I can't have my gun in the car because we have a school attached to our church, That's now all a school zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's bad law. That, they don't know how to write a law that isn't overreaching when it comes to gun control. I mean, none of the gun control laws make any sense. They don't work. They just, basically they don't. They just anybody. It's basically anybody with a gun is treated as a felon. It's just that's not how it is.
Yeah. So I mean, at least our governor is in favor of it. He'll sign things that they put through, but it's just a matter of getting it through now.
And getting it through without any stupid amendments.
Yeah. Well, and that's the problem with Wisconsin is we're starting to become a red state, but we're still a very blue state. I mean, we have Madison, which, I mean, the University of Madison thinks that Berkeley is too conservative.
Well, I'm not allowed to eat cheese anyway, so.
But hey, at least our handgun weight is gone. You can pretty much purchase whatever you want now. I mean, it's getting a lot more open, and you can get your concealed carry in Wisconsin. So they just need to fix a couple of things that are still out there, and life would be good for us.
We just need to throw all of our legislators into the volcano and start over, and most of our citizens too. That's the only way you're gonna get rid of them. But anyway.
Well, I don't think California really wants to be part of the United States anymore. I'm all for them separating. I think that's a grand idea.
I think we should split it like a butt cheek.
Well, I didn't understand what Knife said.
I said split it like a butt cheek. Right down the middle.
I think I was better off before I understood what you were saying.
Yeah, you normally are with knives. So.
Yeah, just let them succeed, and then they won't be protected by the United States military or anything like that, and then we'll just go back in and retake it over and
push all the liberals into the ocean. Big lemming hunt or something, just shove them into the ocean. I don't know. I mean, it's like I saw a news thing today that in San Francisco, all the employers pay their employees to go out and protest at liberal rallies. It's stupid. When I'm on Gun Channel, sometimes I log on and it doesn't let me hit the like button, and on people's postings on the news feed, and sometimes it does. Today, it's not letting me. Yesterday, it did, and I don't know why.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, but I'm not the only person that reported that problem, so, whatever.
The Gun Channel seems to be a work in progress. I mean, I love it, but it took me, I think, 10 attempts over like a couple of months to actually get a login to go finally.
Yeah, that's something they're working on right now.
But,
we got tech support going on.
Well, tell them to look at my account. I made a whole bunch of attempts at it, and finally whatever I did worked. So tell them to replicate that.
That really sucks, though, because with the guys who just went down to NRA and all that, there could be new members, like by the dozens, who have been trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I wind up. Honestly, I used to be logged on all the time, but there was for a while it would always just crash the browser, so I just didn't leave it on, and it wasn't on as much, so I wasn't using Gun Channels as much because of the problems, the crashes, the slow things, the logins, and not being able to hit the like button or something half the time,
And that's kind of a weird thing. I think that might have something to do with sometimes, like, you think you're logged in, but you're, like, not actually logged in. Like, when you open up a new tab, you end up not being logged in and stuff like that. But
And sometimes it would just, it hasn't done it lately, but for a while, for a few months in a row, it just like would eventually, everything would slow down on your computer and then just freeze, and you have to reboot, all because of gun channels, and not knowing why.
That part, I haven't had that problem in a long time, so that seems to be all good now.
Yeah, thank God, because it was like, don't go on gun channels because it'll crash your computer, and that's not good for Second Amendment platform. You need people on there.
There was some loop in something that linked up with something else that would like just go crazy.
All right. Thank you for that technical explanation.
That's about as much as I know. Woohoo! So I joined this open tournament a while back on this game, and I played 2 matches. The first match I played, I won, and that bumped me all the way up to 10th place, which that's the first one that you actually like get a reward for. And the thing was going to end in like 10 minutes, so I'm like, I don't want to risk like playing again and losing, because that knocks me out. So I sat there and watched it, and I was watching all the people, fighting and reorganizing and stuff. And I finally got bumped down to 11th place because someone bumped in. I was like, crap. So I played one more. I won that. That bumped me up to 7th place, and then it ended.
Yeah, I used to have when I used to play World of Warcraft years ago, I had a gladiator team of people would go into the gladiator arena and fight, and it was called the Obama Death Panel. And it was funny as hell. But, I think the whole problem was the way that Blizzard set it up. It's like with the rating systems, who you can get awards at the end of the Gladiator season if you had, the highest ranking. But basically what people would do is at the very first, couple of days, they would get the highest ranking, and then they wouldn't have to fight for the rest of the season because nobody could attain a ranking, of 100% or something, and but I was happy to fight normal, non-normal people with my team, because we had a Ventrilo, and it was fun, but I used to like just killing the Horde characters in Alterac Valley, and it was just a blast with I had a bunch of elf, characters, and but Alterac Valley was just absolutely fun. In between my hunter and his explosive traps and my rogue, just sneaking up on people and gutting them with my knives. It was all the spellcasters just hate it when a rogue starts. All of a sudden, they realize they've been stabbed in the back by a rogue, and there are characters. Whenever they try and do anything or cast a spell, you can just interrupt them and stun lock them and just keep wailing on them with the knife until they die, and they just hate it. Whenever there's a rogue there. So but it was a lot of fun because it's always like a battle to the death, I just hated the Horde, so I just loved killing them. And obviously it's a computer game. You're not actually killing anybody, but people put a lot of work and effort into, getting geared up for battles just so they can, kill the opposing faction. And it was really funny and fun when you could get when your side could wipe out a team and trap all the characters at a graveyard, and they would all resurrect at the same time, and everybody is just waiting there to just kill them over and over again. Because they'd resurrect every 30 seconds or something, you'd get 20 Horde characters resurrecting at a graveyard, and then everybody would just open fire as soon as they appeared, where they had a chance to do much of anything, and then they die again, and all in about 10 seconds worth, you know, and then start all over again. It just
Yeah, you fucking spawn killers. That's annoying.
well, it was a good way to get your guild kill count up to do the award goals for like achievements and stuff, which had rewards pretty
I'm not
quickly.
saying it's not effective. I'm just saying it's not moral. That's all.
What's not moral about killing computer generated characters who respawn at a graveyard?
Because you're a spawn camper. That's annoying.
They do it to me
moral.
if they do it to me if they could.
And it wouldn't be moral for them to do it either.
There's never anything wrong with killing a horde. that was my philosophy. The horde were invented to be killed by the Alliance.
It's okay
characters.
if you have the ends justify the means approach.
No,
I'm saying my gaming morals are different than yours.
Yeah, well, my morals.
And I find spawn camping and spawn killing to be immoral.
Well,
it is less so against
what religion is that?
People,
is that?
But it's still
is that the well, real people don't spawn at a graveyard and.
Right. Well, I never played World of Warcraft, or I take it back. I've never had an account to World of Warcraft. I have played on my friend's computer before, so I only know a little bit about it. But you know, things like in Counter-Strike or whatever, where you just freaking pop up at the spawn and wait for them to pop in and shit like that. Like, it's annoying.
Yeah, but it was you know, you'd have to trap them all into. It was like they could really easily avoid, you know, being, you know, trapped at a graveyard. But you know, it's like they're all so stupid. You know, the people playing these computer games, they rush to the boss. They all start trying to kill the boss, and then everybody who was hiding behind in the building, everybody just rushes in, and in between the boss and all the characters, they wipe out all the horde, and then you just. You know, it's like they can't figure out that nobody is fighting them really. All the way they just march into the boss, and of course everybody's hiding behind the building waiting for them to try and kill the boss. So you just run in, kill the healers, and then kill everybody else, and then you know you camp the graveyard for an hour or however long it lasts, and run up your kill total to like 1 million or something. You know.
Mm-hmm.
My morals.
I think Yankees
Probably turn into a revolver chat. Oh, come on, Clay. Come on. Bring it on. Here's the link. Come talk about revolvers.
What's that, Mel?
I think Yankees dog thing was a hoax. It's gone off of Patreon now, and if you try to get to the link from your from the email that it sends out, it says 404 error. So he's gonna have some splaining to do.
He's using a dog as he's dog spawn camping to rip off charity dollars. Oh, great! You know, if I want to donate to the ASPCA, I'll donate to the ASPCA. I don't need Yankee Marshall to help me do that. Just saying.
Hey, and revolvers must be in. Mac just bought one.
I like revolvers. I have one. It's a great one, and I'm very happy with it.
Oh yeah, they're fun for the range. That's about it. I got 2 of them. Love them. Don't carry them much though.
They work. I wouldn't mind carrying one if they let me.
I carry my little LCR every now and then when I want something in my pocket, but it's not my go-to.
Well, I feel pretty confident carrying a revolver. I mean, you know, I know it goes bang when I pull the trigger. And it's 357 Magnum is a ton of whoop ass. I wouldn't want to get hit with a 357.
Yeah, this is true. There is a little bit more pop than my Sig 938 in that thing.
You know, a lot of people turn up their nose. Oh, it's not. Is that your tactical gun, a revolver? You're such an idiot. It's like, well, have you ever been shot with a 357? It wouldn't be good.
I don't know. I have fun at the range with that 357 because, you know, everybody's shooting their guns and, you know, everything's got a certain sound. And when a 357 round goes off, it's just a different noise.
It's like, have you ever met a revolver? Have you ever met a revolver you shouldn't have fucked with? Yeah, if somebody's carrying a, you know, GP100, my advice is don't fuck with them.
No, that's a solid little gun.
What's that?
A GP100 is a solid gun.
Yeah, that's why I got it.
Yeah, I've got the match champion of that thing, and that thing's a dream.
Yeah, that was another one. I have the Wiley Clap edition, which is almost the same as the Match Champion. I think Match has a longer barrel. They're both rev radius cylinders, and I don't know if the triggers are both the same, but you know.
Well, they're probably both polished. Do you have the stippled wood grip on yours?
The what? Yeah, it's the wood. It's the Altamont wood grip.
Yeah, that is possibly one of the most comfortable grips I've ever held.
Yeah, it's nice. I really, really like my GP100. And I wouldn't mind carrying it, you know, the shit hits the fan, you know, but they don't let you carry those things in public around here. So till I have a few acres of my own for my prepper survivalist bug out compound up on the volcano in the jungle, I'll have to just carry it in my condo only.
So do you guys actually not have concealed carry, or are you just like California where you gotta know the whole system and play it right in order
nobody has ever been issued a carry permit in the state of Hawaii. They looked in the Baker case and they proved it. And you know, they over the ninth three judge panel that originally, you know, ruled on the Peruti case with a pro-gun ruling, said the Baker case, sent it back to Hawaii and said, see Peruta. And then, you know, the fucking 11 judge panel on the Ninth Circuit, you know, came in. I just hope they disband the Ninth Circuit or break it up or something, because it's getting ridiculous. And
well, the reason I ask is because everybody says you can't in California, but I know people in California who have their concealed carry permit.
So do I. It's just some counties that you can't. I know people. We have, you know, I have family that has some concealed carry permits, you know, in Orange County.
Yeah, every state in the nation has concealed carry now because Illinois was forced to have it. The problem is in some areas, like in California, it's done by a county-by-county basis. It's getting the sheriff to actually issue the permit.
Yeah, and if they don't want to, you know, they don't have to. So that's the problem. Your constitutional rights are you know, infringed or denied, you know, and you're deprived of your constitutional rights based on the whim of one, you know, bureaucrat, you know, and so you're just fucked, you know, and that's what the Peruta case was, but they didn't want to hear it. So, you know, we just got to wait for another case to come along that they can, you know, that'll give everyone open carry or something, you know, and then I will carry my Ruger right up and down the street. I'll go walk right up to the police station and say, I've got a Ruger, motherfucker. Open carry, bitches. I'll go surfing with it. I want to go surfing with my AK. But
that you'd have to get video or pictures at least of.
I think there is a video. There was a movie where somebody did that. But maybe I could like jet ski and, you know, get pulled like on jet ski and like fire the gun at the same time at some target or something. Blow up some tannerite with the AK as I cruise by on a jet ski.
Well, that'd be interesting to see where the laws go to, because I mean, let's say you disabled the weapon, took the bolt carrier group out of it. At that point, it's no longer a weapon; it's just a prop.
They aren't going to care if there's a police, if there's a bolt in it or not. The police are just good. Somebody's going to say there's a man with a gun, and they'll be like, gun, and start shooting.
God.
And then the sharks will come in and eat
guns.
Then like a tiger shark will come in, eat me and the gun, and there won't be any evidence of anything. And say, yeah, the police will be like, yeah, we shot this guy with an AK, and then the sharks came and ate him. It'll be like a story in the it'll be on the front page of the West Hawaii Today, and then they'll be all, see, the sharks ate him because he deserved to die because he had a gun. So it's like the state is so fucked up. Hopefully I'll have enough cryptocurrency that I could just buy the whole fucking island.
Well, now, how long were you mining to get that 0.00139 bitcoins? 1 day. That's not bad. $3 a day.
I didn't do the math on how much it was, so.
Yeah, because bitcoins are like $2,000 a piece right now.
They're more than that. They went down, recently, but I think they're 2,500 last time I looked.
Okay. So
they were over 3,000 for a while, but it goes up and down. I don't care. I don't have that much of it right now. I have a lot of gold and silver, but if that ever goes crazy, berserk. But
I'm still thinking that rather than have gold and silver, I'd rather have brass.
I've got plenty of ammo. I've got lots of ammo.
That's going to be my bartering.
Brass and lead.
I've got plenty of ammo. I've got cases and cases. And I did a whole video like a year ago where it took me like 2 days to count all my ammo. I got tired counting it. Too much of it. Surprised my whole condo, which is like the top floor, doesn't collapse into the second floor because of all the ammo I have.
Yeah. The real trick to prepping is to have that many credit cards maxed out when it does hit the fan.
Well, a man dying pays all your debts.
True.
Because they can't come after you when you're dead. But you can't take it with you. I had this conversation with my mom when I had open heart surgery, and you wanted to know what to do with my guns, and I said, well, can I, it'd be nice if I could take them with me. She says, well, if you go to heaven, what are you going to need guns for? It's like, I told her there might be a firing range up there. And so she just laughed and, said, well, I told, I know that if I go to hell, they're going to have gun control. So I'm taking my guns with me. Don't sell them. But anyway, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the kids are going to fight over all my stuff.
God.
I've got 5, and only one of them's a snowflake, so it leaves 4 of them to fight.
Well, you better just write it all down in your will so it gets, distributed the way you want.
I'm all about conflict. I'll let them fight it out.
The government could take it. I'll wind up taking all. If you don't have a living trust, the government will just take all the guns and your money. And they'll charge you a death tax for dying, too.
Well, there's no money to take. That's a good thing.
Well, open a Bitcoin mining account, and then you can do that with a credit card, and then they'll never find it. You could give it to them in a locked, you could give it to them in a locked Bitcoin wallet of some kind, and you could just text the money to their, Bitcoin wallet, blockchain wallet, and.
Yeah, the older ones know the combination of the safe. They'll get that stuff out of there long before the government ever finds it.
All right. Whichever one shoots all the other ones, that's who gets your stuff. All right. You have an interesting family, sounds like.
So what do I really care?
Yeah, I know you can't take it with you.
You can't even really leave it behind either, because someone else is going to decide what the heck is going to happen to it.
Yeah. When death comes and takes you for a walk down to the other side, you can't take any of your physical stuff with you, unfortunately. I'd like to take my guns with me, but I don't think they're going to let me.
So then the goal is to die on the day I run out of ammo and credit. Okay, got it.
Yeah, it sounded like what Shakespeare wanted. But you know what Shakespeare also said, besides neither a borrower or lender? He said, money is a good soldier.
Yeah, I like the line from Ocean's 11 or Ocean's 12? I want the last check I write to bounce.
Well, I'll stick with Shakespeare. Money is a good soldier. So that's what I'm doing. Hopefully it'll fight for me on Genesis Mining.
I don't know, $3 a day. You pay 200. That's good math. I mean, that won't take long before you have return on investment.
Yeah, I figure after a year it'll all be gravy, and that's if Bitcoin doesn't go to 1 million. Yeah, if Bitcoin goes to 1 million, then there's something crazy. If it goes berserk, then it'll be fucking awesome. But to have I've paid $300 for $1 million worth of Bitcoin, but whatever. And I can add more to it. I could add more hash power, tera hash power anytime I want to throw more money into the account. But or anytime anybody uses my affiliate code, which is on my last video. So my last Gun Channels chat in the video description.
Now with Bitcoin though, aren't there a finite amount of Bitcoin? So eventually, mining...
21 million. Yeah. And I think they're at like 16 million or something so far. So I think.
So what happens when the finite number gets hit then?
Then there's the mining ends. There's no more, and it's just supply and demand. The price will, if people, there are other coins, that you can. I still have my Bitcoin mining, and you can distribute it into other coins, the mining allocation. So like I could choose to get paid in Litecoin, which in some respects has some advantages over Bitcoin, but I'm just going to stick to Bitcoin and Ether for now. And eventually I might switch my allocation to a little bit of Litecoin too. But, you could just do your research into the differences between all the coins. But, there are other coins out there that, that might get, big. And China is going to be the first nation that they're going to have a renminbi, yuan renminbi, which means the people's money. That's China currency. They're going cryptocurrency. They're going to be the first nation with cryptocurrency, and endorsed by a nation. And Russia's going to be right behind them. So I bet they're going to want to pay for oil from Saudis with cryptocurrency and not the dollar. And then when Russia does that, and everybody starts using those as instead of the dollar, then that'll be like a major shift in the world economy and power structure of the universe as we know it. But China has already, announced that they're going with a national cryptocurrency. So I don't know if it'll be based on Ethereum or what, but maybe it'll be based on Litecoin. I'm new to this, but so I've just been listening to all the experts out there on social media. Litecoin seems to have some advantages to how the equation works, and that it's easy to it processes it. It transfers from place to place a lot faster than Bitcoin does, but because of that, the way the equation works. So.
Yeah, it's funny. I think Hawaii is the only. Well, no, Hawaii and Alaska are the only two states I haven't been in yet.
Why is that?
I travel for a living, so I haven't had an assignment yet in either one of those, which is kind of odd considering I've been doing this for a decade.
Doing what?
I run around the country installing computer equipment.
Oh, okay. For who?
It's actually like computer storage. It's NetApp.
NetApp. Okay. Are they a publicly traded company?
They are.
All right.
They're one of the big boys in storage actually, because there's two types of storage. There's file and there's block. They're big in the file side, but they also do block. So all very geeky stuff, but yeah, most people play in gigabytes and terabytes. I play in terabytes and petabytes.
Something about teraflops, and I forget. I was reading about all that stuff. It's like, went over it, so it's like puts me to sleep.
It pays bills. That's all I know.
That's a good thing.
But Hawaii and Alaska are definitely on my list of places I at least want to see.
Well, yeah, but good luck selling stuff here. I mean, it's not a conducive atmosphere for business. It's like they assume all anybody who has been living on this island for 3 generations is evil, and an evil capitalist out to screw everyone over.
Yeah, but the good part for me is I do mostly government work.
That doesn't mean it's the same. It's worse.
Well, yeah, but see,
if you come to Hawaii, you better practice a fake Pidgin accent and learn how to talk jive in Pidgin jive in Hawaiian. It's my advice.
No, I just need the military guys to send me out to some of the naval bases or the Air Force bases. I'm actually at White Sands this week. It's going to be kind of fun. I'm kind of hoping to see the Apache helicopters.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard they just tested a high-powered laser fired off of an Apache helicopter and hit a target a mile away and destroyed it.
They could do that with a missile, though.
Yeah. Well, now we got lasers that can do it. We can bomb them on helicopters. But they're testing all that stuff out here at White Sands right now, so I'm kind of hoping to see some of that stuff flying around.
Okay, don't get hit with a laser.
Yeah, that would be kind of bad.
Don't stand in front of the laser and go, how does this thing work? Oh, here, let me show you. Next thing you know, there's a hole right through the center of you that's cauterized. So you'll be injured and healed all at the same time.
Yeah, I don't want a real genius moment.
The first man on Gun Channel to be shot with a laser. Yeah, the Gerald Ford is going to have lasers. But those are powered by like 2 nuclear reactors. So they actually have some power behind them. A lot bigger reactor than you can fit on the you don't have nuclear reactors on helicopters. So that is the problem they were having, is that the lasers that they man on airplanes, even a C-130, the power they can only be powered so much. They have limited power compared to what's going to be on the Gerald Ford. They have 2 nuclear reactors to power the lasers on that. Yeah,
that'd be interesting to see what the actual power source is on the Apache. Because it's got to be some kind of burst battery. I mean, it's just one shot and you're done.
Yeah, missiles make more sense to me. I mean, they've been using longbow, they've been using missiles and Hellfire missiles for years, decades. So, the last time I checked, they worked just fine.
That reminds me, I actually got to get some pictures while I'm at White Sands. They have a great static display of everything that was tested out there.
Well, if you post them, I'll hit the like button if Gun Channels lets me.
Yeah. One of my favorite ones is their, what is it, the Patriot missile battery. On the side of it, they got spray painted. If it flies, it dies.
Hopefully they're talking about what they're aiming at and not the missile itself.
True. Yeah, that thing was quite the scud killer. I mean, it's a pretty good setup. They keep getting better and better.
Scuds are pretty easy, slow-moving, low-flying targets.
But it's all software now. I mean, it's not so much we have the what do you want to call it, the physical hardware to do whatever we need to. It's a matter of getting the computer to tell it to do it the right thing.
Yeah, they tried the newest, latest, greatest one, and it's like failed a recent test out of like a Kauai temporary missile base or something out here in Hawaii. But it's like they have like the old system works better than the new system or something as far as intercepting ICBMs. But they're always working on the new thing. They said, why do we have to spend money on a new system when the old system for intercepting ICBMs actually works? The new system is better. It's like, but it doesn't work. It's like, yeah, but it's still better because it's newer and different, and it's like whatever. They just spend lots and lots of money on that stuff. Spending our money that we don't have anymore on intercepting stuff. Because we just don't want to drop the bomb on North Korea, I guess.
Well, China won't let us. They want to overrun it.
I wish they would overrun North Korea, save everybody else the problem of us. I mean, I know they don't want a unified Korea under the U.S. sphere of influence on their border. I mean, they made that clear when they sent all their troops across the Yalu River in the 50s, and so it's like, but this shit is going on long enough. At some point, I mean, Trump told them, if you don't take care of them, we will. So it's just a question of when we're going to drop the bomb, or if they're going to actually do something.
And that's China's problem, is that they love North Korea because they get a lot of stuff from them. They get a lot of free stuff from them, a lot of natural resources, because all they have to do is give them some guns and they'll give them whatever they want.
No, they could get all that stuff from Australia for a lot less trouble. North Korea has just been, the barking dog, China's barking dog in the front yard for decades, and they just got used to them there. But the dog is growing too big to control, and the master has no control over the dog anymore. So,
Yeah. I don't think the U.S. will let them overrun them and have like another Crimea situation. But then again,
we don't care. We'd be happy with China overrunning North Korea. Are you kidding? It'd be the best possible solution. I mean, we don't want them to overrun South Korea, but they could overrun North Korea today, and we'd send them a thank you note. Are you kidding?
Yeah, but would they stop at Would they stop at North Korea, or would they just take the whole peninsula?
Well, they don't want to piss off we're their best customer. They aren't gonna. They don't give a shit about South Korea. I mean, they just don't want a united U.S. satellite on their border.
Just an odd piston match over there. But, something's got to be done with North Korea. They're getting to the point where they can't be ignored.
Well, yeah, I don't know when. That's up to people that are higher up in the command chain than the Hawaii Volcano Squad. So I'll leave that to the president to deal with. I'll deal with my little realm of how many number 10 cans of Mountain House do I have? How many, cases of 9mm and 7.62 and 5.56 do I have? And how many boxes of 357 do I have? And how many terahash power I have on my Genesis mining account? And how much gold and silver do I have stacked up?
Yeah, but see, you're on an island. You're going to see them coming. You're going to need like a 50 cal. You're going to need something,
I know I can. My CZ is fine. My CZ 7.62, but 18.5-inch barrel. I can, I'll hit anything I aim at. I don't need a 50 cal. Really, I don't need to shoot 2 miles. I can see them coming. There's anything I can see from where I am on the 3rd floor of my condo. I can hit, anywhere, and I can see quite a ways. So if it's in my scope, I can hit it.
But will the CZ take on an engine block?
Well, the CZ will. Well, Mike, I'll have to set up some, binary explosive charges here and there, But I can do that with my Tavor, set it off. But I could probably set it off with a CZ. But you set it off with a Tavor, it's a higher speed round. But if I had to go up against a vehicle, I'd use my binary explosives. Take a take a track off of a tracked vehicle. And there's always the Molotov cocktail tossed down from the 3rd floor at any armored vehicle. Which reminds me, my gas tank was half full when I was coming back from Safeway today, so I'm going to have to refill that. I like to keep it full up. I think tomorrow morning I'll take care of it. I don't like it to get below half full.
Yeah, that's one good part about where I'm at. I'm in far enough away from the territory where I'm in the area that they don't want.
Me too. There's nothing on the Big Island, worth, unless they really don't like my YouTube channel. I don't understand why they would bomb Kona. So there's nothing here.
What are you talking about? Hawaii's getting attacked?
No, I just was saying that there's nothing here worth attacking.
Oh, okay.
Unless they don't like my YouTube channel, they just want to nuke me because they don't like my. I insulted once on my, Crimea or Red Dawn invasion Ukraine video like 3 years ago. Some Russian people kept flagging my video like over and over, and it was demonetized and remonetized like over a dozen times until this last YouTube crackdown when they finally permanently demonetized the Red Dawn invasion Ukraine video. I made like the first day when the Russians showed up with they weren't wearing patches that said they were Russian, but they were just showed up at crossroads asking for directions in Crimea in Russian though.
So Bob's gonna no longer be on the Daily Gun Show anymore.
Why? What happened?
He's turned out to be a fucking son of a bitch.
Well, we're all fucking son of a bitches.
Snap. Shit's getting real.
All right. What did he say this time?
He didn't say nothing. Fucking bought a fucking Ford van for $1,500 just to spite me.
He bought a van out from under you?
Oh no, I'm not in Canada.
Oh shit!
Gee, I missed one daily gun show and I miss all the drama.
I don't have a show anymore.
Is that why he missed today? Because he was out buying
Yeah.
something?
He managed to text us in the middle of the show. What about a bit?
CG, all you gotta do is just one up him now. Buy a Chevy.
Well, yeah, buy a tracked vehicle.
I think he said it's a Ford. It looks fucking brand new, though. I was thinking it was going to be all beat up and shitty. It's like fucking brand new.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm lost. I don't know why you're mad at him, but all he did was buy a van in Canada. Why did that make you mad?
It'd make me mad.
All right, I don't understand, but I have enough problems running my show, so I won't try and figure out what's wrong with your show.
It's called jealousy, bro. It's called jealousy.
Oh, van jealousy, van envy. This is like a version of my 1911 is better than your Glock.
No, it's more like, man, I really want the, whatever, some fancy gun. And then someone else buys the fancy gun. You're like, oh, man, you're a bastard.
Well, start yourself a Genesis Bitcoin mining, cloud mining thing, and then in a little while you'll be able to buy whatever van you want. Yeah, I mean, you should have a van with a sunroof and like, a 50 caliber on a turret,
Yeah, you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw him out in the lobby earlier asking about doing a van chat. Was that just so he could try and rub salt in the wound or what?
Speaking of rubbing salt in the wounds, did anybody see the new season of Turn on AMC channel? I mean, the British Queen's Ranger was torturing a captured American soldier and, trying to get information out of him. So first he tried, with the bayonet cutting him and then rubbing salt in the wounds right after he cut, sliced him with a bayonet, and then when that didn't work, after pouring salt in all of the cuts that he made on him, then he warmed up the bayonet in the fire and burned him with it instead, trying to extract information.
Porn torture chat? What the hell?
Hey, Bob, I hear you're a real son of a bitch.
Apparently,
It isn't on the book.
You usurped the van theme. You usurped the gun show loophole van theme.
He spends a fucking year shitting on vans and how they ain't big enough. And he takes the first $1,500 he can find.
Well, it was too good to pass up, right? It's like got 30,000 kilometers on it. It's 81 with a 460 big block. It's gonna sound badass. It's gonna fucking run good, and it's really never gone anywhere. Brand new.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
Kilometer, it's about a sixth of a mile. So 0.6 of a
So what,
mile.
you can turn on the camera or what? Cameras don't work? Spend all your camera money on the van?
No, I don't have any. I can't run any cameras. I got no bandwidth. I'm not in the camper now. I just bought it. I have to go pick it up. What these people did was they had a seasonal campsite, right? So they, ever since 1981, they've taken this thing, driven it like 25 miles, parked it, camped in it for the summer, driven it home, parked it, and then gone back. So it's basically brand new, except it's like old. But they've taken ridiculous care of it. So it's like, you're inside this camper from the 80s. It's like brand new. Everything's been like, they put wood polish. Like the lady would polish all the furniture and shit.
All right. Can you speak louder? Fuck. You're gonna rub this fucking shit in all fucking soft ass so we have to fucking strain to hear fucking this fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just like, my new computer is just like, fuck. Got no volume at all on it. I don't know why.
Now he's buying new computers with W keys and shit. Fuck this.
No, it won't turn up anymore. It's as turned up as far as it'll go.
Did anybody, speaking of Canada, saw an email from the firearm blog that the Canadian sniper set a new record for a 2.2 mile kill shot?
Yep. Yeah, that's new, yeah. The new record holder's Canadian sniper again.
When you going to get this van?
Tomorrow I go get the title and the keys and everything, and then I'm gonna go spend the day making sure it's running okay to get it home, and then once it's home I might throw a new motor in it. I'm not sure.
You have pictures?
Yeah, why don't you fuck it up immediately? Oh, it's only got 30,000 miles. It's basically brand new. I'm thinking about taking the fucking motor out.
No, the seals in the seals in the carb and stuff are starting to go. So, like stuff like that. Whereas I have a brand new motor, so just makes sense. Take this new motor, new transmission, pop it in there, and then it's like, 30,000 kilometers on the body, on the chassis, right? And it's a 1-ton chassis, dual wheels, the whole 9 yards, right? It's like what you put an ambulance on.
So G-Webs, nobody can buy a van without you being pissed at them?
Anybody can do whatever the fuck they want, dude. What the fuck?
You gonna show us pictures, Bob?
If somebody wants to fucking hang out in Tucson for fucking 6 months talking shit about how a van is too fucking small, and then fucking wait around till I can't fucking drive my van, and then fucking buy a van just because it's fucking basically free.
Well, it's not my fault. I mean, you knew my trailer was falling apart. I had to get something new.
You should have got Obama to give out free vans instead of cell phones.
Oh, you know what?
Obama killed all the little vans. He fucking encouraged people to destroy them.
Hey, dude, this van has a tow hitch, and I'm thinking, like, if we just weld some points on the front of your Chevy, we'll just drag you around behind.
You're gonna drag this van that doesn't work.
I thought about taking the engine out of it. Why don't they make them into into trailers?
Wait, why don't you just get a couple of horses to tow your van around?
The biggest problem is you're carrying all that suspension and steering that you don't really need in a camper.
Right,
So
pull all that shit out. Put a fork up there. You couldn't have two wheels that far apart anyway. So just put all that shit into a tow hitch, and then I don't know why they don't make vans into campers.
Oh, they do. I've seen them. Yeah. Because you take the front seats and everything out, that gives you a whole bunch more room. You should see mine though. The seats are sunk down. It's kind of like a spaceship, eh? It's like crawling into a spaceship. It's really cool.
The more you talk, the madder Kiwi's gonna get. Oh boy.
Oh, this one's kind of cool. They made it into a trailer, and then they took the front wheels and lifted them up, so they're like cosmetic, but probably spare tires right away. Or here's one they just took they cut it at the passenger doors up front and just cut it straight down, and then so you have the whole back end of the van as a trailer.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of people do that, right?
And this guy just took off the front hood. He's basically showing his own van around. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of them.
But I actually, I don't have the bandwidth to share my pictures of these wonderful van I bought. I did send them to G-Webs, but he may not have gotten them, or you know.
They got deleted.
They got deleted. Yeah.
They got deleted accidentally.
But I still have them, so it's not like they're gone. I just don't have the bandwidth right now to share them.
Nobody wants to see your ass fucking old ass van.
Oh, and it's
Looks fucking brand new.
Yeah,
It looks
it's a-
fucking brand new inside.
Yeah, it's an 81 Ford Laurentian. Right? So it's like the fancy one. So it's got like
Was this off of your like your Canadian Craigslist or something, or
no, it was a
stop?
girl I used to date that had a camper, and you know, I just mentioned to her because I was still talking to her, because of course, you know, you still looking to get rid of that camper van of yours? And she was like, yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. Really good price too. So
Oh, you had to sleep with the old lady to get it. But all confused.
I did. No, I just had to.
There's nothing Bob won't stoop to.
That's not true. That's not true. And she's a very classy lady. But she's a very, very nice lady, and I love and respect her greatly. But she did give me, you know, I mean, this is the thing, right? When they went to take it to, it was running rough, so they took it to a mechanic, and he said, oh, your valves are gone, your guides are gone, your bearings are gone. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to let you guys drive it away, right? It's so unsafe. And they were like, what? Like, because we just drove it here, like, got a little hesitation, run a little rough. And he's like, oh, I don't know. But what do you want for it?
Sounds like the mechanic was trying to talk himself into a little work.
Well, he was trying to talk himself into getting a motorhome for cheap, right? He was saying, like, how much you want? I'll just take it off your hands for you. Because, I mean, the motor's done, right? And 30,000 miles on a motor, or 30,000 kilometers on a motor, that's 18,000 miles.
Well, letting a car just sit around, you know, for, you know, you're telling me 6 months, you know, every year, or 9 months every year, however long it was between driving, that's going to hurt it more than, you know, anything else.
It rots the belts. And I'm sure at first they used to go start it all the time and stuff like that. But it rots the belts.
The gaskets are going to go, you know, and then you will need a new engine, whether you actually need one or not.
Well, and that's the hell of it, right? Is I have a brand new 460 and transmission of a 3/4 ton Ford truck from the era. It's 79, but it's also been breathed on. It's got a little higher compression. It's got a little bit lumpier cam. You know, it's got a forged crank instead of a standard crank and shit like that, right? My brother gave it to me. Now, right at the same time as I get this van that has a 460 and the engine might be iffy. Now, changing a motor in a van is a big, big pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's a big pain in the ass when it's my engine. As soon as Bob has a van, oh yeah, I'm just gonna switch the engine out real quick. Don't worry.
You know what? Hey,
No big
gee,
deal.
I mean, no offense to you, but like here in Brandon, I have a buddy that him and I have changed engines on 10 or 15 cars, and he's like 100 times better than me doing it. Like with him, it's like it'll be done probably in the afternoon. You know, we'll yank the old one out, put the new one in. The thing will be running like a top by, you know, that afternoon, because he does it all the time. So if you and I did it, it would be, oh gee, maybe a week, couple of weeks. You know, a week anyway.
And Bob didn't have that kind of time. He had to hustle back up to Canada to buy this fucking van.
Yep. And just, you know what? I only did it just to piss you off. No, actually, I didn't. It was too good a deal to pass up. I mean,
are you gonna tow a trailer around behind it?
Yep. I have a trailer to tow behind it that'll put my motorcycle and sidecar on it. So I got a sidecar for the dog. I gotta build that yet, but that's not a big deal. How hard can it be to build a sidecar?
Your dog's name is Charlie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How is he doing?
Oh, he's doing great, man.
Glad to hear it.
Getting a little fat. He's like 140 pounds now.
Take him out for a walk once a day.
I do. But like, he doesn't like to walk. He wants to run. I'm like, fuck, dude, I can't run.
Well, what you do is you take him to a dog park or some place where he a field where he could just run, and you get one of those ball flingers, you know, you get a tennis ball and one of those flingers that just chuck it really far. So then he gets a lot of exercise running after the ball and bringing it back to you, you know.
Yeah.
They really like that, and it gets him a great workout. And then he'll be tired when he gets home, and he'll just sleep, you know, immediately.
Charlie has a ball fetish, right? Like, he's crazy for balls. If he sees kids playing soccer, the parents think this crazy dog's going to go and attack their children.
And he just wants to play ball. He sees the ball.
Yeah, he just wants the ball. I used to buy him soccer balls, but, you know, after 8 or 9, I decided, boy, that's a waste of money.
Yeah, they shred them. Just get tennis balls and one of those flingers at, you know, a pet shop.
Tennis balls? No, I don't, because then he has to poop them out later, because he eats them.
Well, don't let them, when they get bad, throw them away and give him a new one, you know.
I mean, he eats them, right? From the time he grabs them, he won't bring them back. He's just like, no, it's mine now. Pop. And then he eats it.
Oh, well, I guess I'm used to smaller dogs who can't really completely destroy it.
No, I got him one of those big kick soccer tough balls, you know, that.
Yeah, they go through that.
It didn't last 5 minutes.
Wow.
I got him a piece of fire hose that's supposed to be Rottweiler toys, right? He ate that.
Sounds like you need to find a Kevlar ball toy.
I don't know what I need with him. Oh, you know, the upside is big dog. He's like 6 going on 7, so we've got a few more years. That sounds so evil, but at the same time, it's just like, you know what? He's been a lot of work. You've never seen a dog that sheds like this.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some. My family's had dogs all my life, pretty much.
No, seriously. I drive in my truck, and it's like a snowstorm all the time. Like,
Yeah, we used to have a white cross. It was a Beagle part Samoyed, and it had white hair, and it shed, and it was all, you know, pure white. So.
Yeah. No, but this is like it's ridiculous. Like, spring and summer, they expect them to shed a bit. With him, you can just like grab handfuls of fur and be plucking it off. Like, lucky I live out in the country where I can just do that, right? And just pull, you know, piles and piles of fur off and let it go in the wind, and then the birds can make nests out of shit.
Well, you don't just use a brush?
Oh yeah, no, I use a brush too, but it's like it just plugs up like that. Like literally, you can fuck hair out of them. It's bizarre. It's not bad now, but you know, it's like I'm at the point where I went and bought a pair of clippers. I'm gonna shave the son of a gun all the time now. He'll get used to it after a while. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's weird how a dog will just like take over all this like time and parts of your life just because, well, I got this living being I have to look after now. Weird the way that I think, what is it? Humans and great apes are the only ones who take pets. Isn't that it? Because gorillas will have pets.
I like dogs. I don't have one because I live in a condo, but
Yeah.
so you can screen share a picture of my family's, my folks' last dog who just recently passed away.
Mhm.
That's Rocky. He was a miniature schnauzer.
Oh, yeah.
He was a really friendly, and he loved to chase the ball. Here, there he is at the dog park.
Yeah, I had a doodle before I got divorced. Like it was a standard doodle and a golden retriever cross. And he was huge. He was bigger than Charlie, like taller than Charlie. Like he came up to my hip, and I'm 5'8", so I mean, you know, he's a big dog. He's not very heavy, like all legs. But really good dog, and he loved to chase shit. His only thing was he barked too much, but man, he didn't shed at all. I so want to get another one of those dogs, right? I want a Doberdoodle because I think that number one, it would just look badass. You can get one that's got the Doberman coloring and the poodle hair. That one looks so cool because when you shave them, like when you shave those dogs, it feels like you're touching velour, you know, like velvet or something, right? And a velvet Doberman colored doodle would just be fucking hilarious. Plus,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a couple of Dobermans like Higgins had on at Robin's Nest, but
yeah.
I really do like schnauzers. I got addicted to Rocky. I would look after him when my folks went on a vacation sometimes, and it was fun. When I took him to the dog park, he was just so happy. He like cried when he saw the car got close to the dog park and he figured out oh my God, it's the dog park. He would just, cry tears of happiness and joy, and then he just loved running around.
Charlie does that. I had one girlfriend had a big backyard and she had a big dog, and they could go play in the backyard. And if he saw we were driving up to her house, he would just like he's in the back of the truck, or not the back of the truck, but in the back seat of the truck. Yeah, I want his. I don't have a seat there anymore. I just have Charlie's place. But anyway, the back seat of the truck, and he'd just start like, and losing it, whining, crying, scratching at the door like, I want to go, let me out. Let me out. He was just nuts to get out there because he knew that that's where his dog buddies were, and that's where he had a yard to run in. And once in a while, because it was like in Winnipeg.
And dogs like to run. They were born to run.
Yeah, that's what they're built for. Like I let Charlie off his leash, and he's just like, first thing he does is just sprint.
Yeah, they love it.
Around. Yeah.
And they feel like a dog when they do that. So, dogs need that. Humans aren't always there. Dogs, that's how they hunt also in the wild. If you have a pack of wild dogs, they just run until the prey gets so tired they just collapse. That's how dogs hunt.
Right. Same way humans hunt too, though.
Well, now we don't do that anymore. We have, we go to McDonald's or go to the, I hunt at Costco,
Back in the day when we were still, those kind of hunter-gatherers, that's what we do is we just run down game because we couldn't run as fast as them, but we could run way further.
Yeah, or we could maneuver that, they did buffalo jumps we could get herd them over a cliff.
Yeah. but we could just wear them down anyway. If you, especially if it's like a deer or an antelope or something like that, right? Just keep it moving. It can't cool off. It'll die. It basically just like I can't go on anymore, and you can go up and slit its throat.
Yeah, I saw on Nat Geo Wild just one dog take on like a big kudu, and it's just one little dog, and it was just nipping at its heels, right? This kudu's like gigantic thing, the dog wouldn't stop, and it would just spin around this kudu would just keep spinning around in a circle, trying to hit the dog with its horns, but the dog was always just nipping at its heels, and for like hours, and the thing kudu just finally collapsed, and then the dog like ripped one of its Achilles heels or something, out, so it couldn't get up, and then the kudu he couldn't even stand up after that. So.
Oh yeah, and then plus it would either, if it was a kind dog, it would go rip its throat out, but usually it would just start eating the kudu.
Yeah, well, it attacked the ankles first because they know that if they get the ankles, they can't stand.
Well, it's wolves do that too, right? So how they'll catch.
Yeah, but it was just because it was such a small dog compared to this giant, game animal it was hunting. But it was desperate for food, so it wasn't going to give up. So that was it. It was the fight in the dog.
Yeah. But the same thing. It's just like you can. Go after a large animal like a buffalo or something like that, or a moose even. If you keep it moving long enough, it will become so exhausting. Now, the meat's not going to be that great afterwards, but it'll still have the energy in it. It's just not going to taste good. It's big.
So barbecue sauce is for, dude.
Yeah, in the wild, no barbecue sauce.
Yeah, the Comanches used to have, or the Indians basically that's what they would call a buffalo jump, is they would herd all the buffalo to a cliff and get them all to jump over at the same time, kind of like people who voted for Obama,
I lived right next to one of the biggest buffalo jumps they've discovered in North America, right in Saskatoon, up in northern Saskatchewan. And it was just like this huge buffalo jump that had been used for like 100 years.
So there's a lot of bones and fossils at the bottom?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the funny thing was, there was two schools of thought. Like the one said, the natives used every piece of the buffalo. Then the other school said, no, when they hit the buffalo jump, they cut the prime cuts and left the rest. And they had warriors standing around because there's buffalo running around with broken legs in rage and all this kind of stuff. They had the warriors around with spears to fend them off, and that was crazy. It was just but two totally different thoughts, right? The one is the Aboriginal people used every bit of the meat.
Well, I'm sure they knew how. It was just a question of if it was convenient for them if they had time to skin it and, turn it into a decent piece of leather and stuff like that.
There was so much quantity coming over that, like those jumps.
Yeah, there used to be a lot of buffalo back in the day.
Yeah. Well, and there's another thing. You ever watch a podcast? And there's the thing that the reason there was so many buffalo when white men got here was because when white men first got here, they started the smallpox epidemic that swept through the native population and basically wiped out like 60% of them.
Yeah, well, what happened to the buffalo was the Indians was that they found gold. After the railroad stocks crashed, after they built the Transcontinental Railroad and then the railroad stocks all crashed, the country was just in a gigantic depression, and the only way the U.S. got out of it was they found gold on Sioux land, and so that was the whole thing. General Custer was Grant ordered him into get the Indians out of where the gold was, because the U.S. needed all that gold to jumpstart the economy. So that's when they started killing off the buffalo and having bounties to kill buffalo, so the Indians wouldn't have any food. They wanted to sue the hell off of the land so they could mine gold and jumpstart the economy. And
part of it. But what these scientists are saying is that the buffalo population was very stable. They can tell this through the fossil records, right? Was very stable up until white man arrived. Then the buffalo population blossomed. Shortly after white man arrived on the coast, bringing their diseases, of course, which wiped out the Aboriginal population, which allowed the buffalo population to get this big increase, which is why we had that giant herds. They'd never seen that for like hundreds and hundreds of years, right? That had never been around, which is why that's theory, that scientist theory about his evidence that they were wasting buffalo and that they were just taking prime cuts because they were killing so many is maybe because it was a buffalo thing that a buffalo jump used to work.
I imagine all the tribes were different in that regard. Every tribe had its own beliefs on, they had their own.
Oh no, I'm just talking generalities.
Yeah.
I'm saying that it makes sense that if the sudden population increase, this buffalo jump that used to go and you'd maybe get 30 or 40 buffalo to fall off a cliff, or 500, your tribe isn't big enough to process that, so you're just going to take the best, right?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense, right? So this may be where that theory comes from.
Yeah, well, I imagine all the tribes had their beliefs and traditions, and so if they were used to, using the whole buffalo, then that's what they still did as much as they could as time allowed, But if they didn't have, some tribes probably did, they probably just took whatever they needed and then left the rest. But
I mean, if you were in a group
But I'm not a Native American, and I wasn't brought up, with all those traditions,
So. But like I'm saying, it just makes sense that if you were all of a sudden, like, what else would you do?
Well, if you're brought up connected to the land and living, in a teepee, and that it'd be different. It was a different kind of life,
I don't know. I know lots of Aboriginal people here in Canada, and I mean they are.
Yeah, but that's now. I mean, it was a lot different 200 years ago.
I don't know.
300 years ago.
Yeah, my family was here like that long ago.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure things were different 200 or 300 years ago.
Oh, I know they were. That's why we're not the Catholic Church anymore.
Okay, vans, Indians, buffaloes. What about guns?
Oh, you know what? You want to talk about guns? I want to actually get rid of my Ruger 1022 takedown.
Why?
I don't like it. It's not as accurate as it should be. I cannot. Like, I've been sighting it in lately.
It won't shoot straight?
No, it's just not consistent. And it's that barrel, the way the barrel locks in. If you get that thing screwed down just right, it's great. But every time you take it apart, that changes. And that
when you put it back together, are you running the bolt like 5 or 10 times?
No.
Try doing that and see if so you got it apart, and after you snap it back together without a mag or anything in there, run the bolt like 5 or 10 times and let it slam home and see if that changes your consistency.
Tighten that nut, or
no, because you only tighten that nut once.
Oh no, I have to tighten it every time. Every time I take it apart and put it back together, that nut's loose and the barrel goes up and down.
No, that nut should hold its tension, and you should put it together and then you set your tension.
Yeah.
And then you should be able to take it apart and slap it back together without that nut loosening up.
Oh no, it does it all the time. I can hear it going click, click, but it doesn't seem to hold. Or I don't know. I'm really pissed off with it. And plus, the new Canadian laws are because they just discovered that Ruger makes a 1022, I think it's a Challenger 1022 pistol.
Yeah.
They said because they make that 1022 pistol, you can't have 25 round magazines or anything else for the Ruger 1022 because someone might use them in a pistol. So if you own them, you have to go get them pinned to 10 rounds because that's all the pistol's allowed to hold.
That's so stupid.
No shit. Because they sold over 1 million of these magazines in Canada in the last 10 years. So there's 1 million magazines floating around in Canada. As far as we know, maybe a couple thousand people have gotten them pinned. So did the rest of the people like crush them, or are they just still there? Like, it's crazy. And it's like they're talking 5 years if you get caught with them because it's a felony. Eh? Like, fucking really? Damn good thing I had all mine with me down in the States. I just left them all down there. In a storage unit. Bring my 1022 down and can have freedom. That's fucking crazy though. And the weird thing is, if you own a Winchester, what's that Winchester semi-automatic 597, something like that. Something like that. Anyway, you can get 25 round magazines for those Winchesters. Those are still legal. I think I went over this before already. Fuck. Obviously, it's pissing me off. But I now have my new favorite badass gun. I put my little short barrel on my Remington 870, and I'm holding it and the 1100 in my hands. The 870 is lighter, and it'll take Magnum rounds. I'm going with pump gun, Much as I love the 1100 and the fast shots, I'm gonna go with the 870. I think it's a superior gun.
Okay.
Much like going with the Norinco 97 over the Tavor.
Oh, don't start bashing the Tavor.
Yeah, I'm just saying that to piss you off.
Whatever. I hope I get out shooting next week with it.
Yeah, man, that must suck. Like, are you like what Island had? Like, how many gun ranges do you have you can go to?
Zero.
Seriously?
Zero.
So you have to have your own land to go shoot on.
There's a hunting area, I think my hunting permit's still good. I forgot what month it expires, but I may have to renew in July. Yeah, basically, if I have my hunting license for $10, and for maybe it's $20 now, I forget, with the bird stamp, and I can go into a state hunting area and go shooting there, but only, guns that are hunting approved for hunting calibers,
Appropriate.
They'll let you shoot 5.56, but only, so I can't, no 9mm, no 22 LR, no 357 Magnum out of a barrel that's less than 5 inches. So I basically would need a 44 Magnum to go shooting, because my 357 is a snubby, so it's not going to have the pound energy or however they measure it that's required. So and I have to have soft points or hollow points, no full metal jacket ammo. So even though I'm just shooting a steel target,
That's crazy, right? Because I mean, I can go on any crown land, government land, and shoot, but I can't shoot with a handgun. But I can take a mare's leg in whatever caliber, because they just consider that a rifle here. Go figure. non-restricted. You know, you can take it out in the woods and shit like that. And here we don't have, like, if you're just hunting small game like rabbits and squirrels, you need a hunting license.
You need one in Hawaii. They won't, if you have a firearm on without a hunting license, they'll seize everything. And basically, if you violate any one of their rules, if you aren't wearing orange mesh hunter's, jacket, then they'll take us. The penalty for everything is they seize all your guns. So, if you aren't wearing orange, if you have a handgun, if you have one round of full metal jacket, yeah, that's the new hunting laws. The governor signed it.
You have worse laws than Canada.
Well, I just follow them, so I don't have to deal with.
Follow them. I mean, same thing I do, right? I go get my license, but then I can get guns mailed to me. Like I go online tonight and buy a 9mm handgun and be here in 3 days, and just arrive in a box in the mail.
Well, we can't do that.
Say I got my gun. And they go, okay, we'll add it. We'll email you the permit. But I can't do anything with it except go to the gun range. And I think that's atrocious, right? I think that's the worst thing ever, is that I can't have a handgun and go shoot it on my own land, go shoot it, anywhere or on Crown land where I can shoot a rifle.
Yeah, that's why I was looking at that property, is because I could go off into the jungle and go do all the shooting I want. Of course, it's jungle. I wouldn't be able to see far enough to shoot very far, but at least it'd be my land, and I have a hunting license, so the government can't give me any shit about it if it's up against a forest reserve.
If you have a chainsaw, you can make a hole. How far is your land, right? You make a hole, you take all the trees you cut down.
Well, that plot of property was 2.5 acres, and then somebody else, and then the rest was owned by, there's like a 25-acre lot behind it that's owned by Campbell's, and then after that it's forest reserve, that was only a 2.5-acre lot basically, and
but still, it's got to be 100 yards.
If I chop down every tree, I guess, but
no, you just have to chop down a tunnel.
A tree tunnel for shooting. Yeah. Well,
right.
A path.
At the end, you pile up the logs, put dirt all behind them and in front of them. You got a nice backstop. Nobody can bitch.
That's a lot of work to put in a backstop, get all the chop down like 1,000 trees.
Oh my God. You know what? I just watched my buddy in the last 30 days dig a 100-foot well, like with backhoes and shit himself.
Oh yeah, with backhoes, sure. I mean, yeah, give me a backhoe. Look, I have to wait until my Genesis mining account has enough Bitcoin that I could, buy my own D9.
Yeah, just listen to what I'm saying though. Like, he was lucky to be able to rent those, but within a week, he dug like a 10-foot deep trench from his house in his backyard where they'd found water, and he dug 70 feet down, put I guess a casing down, and that's what they call it, yeah, casing, pump, ran the wiring, did all this after he got home from his construction job that he worked at. Well, you couldn't dig a well in the volcanic. Basically, might be a few feet of topsoil, but then you hit lava rock. I'm not talking about digging the well. I'm talking about this is the kind of And I went, "Fuck, dude! I can't believe you did that." And he was like, "Well, no, I needed a well." There was just oh, it was too much work or it was too hard. It was like, well, I had to do it. And I don't know where I was going with this, except that I'm really impressed with my buddy, I think.
Well, I'll stick to cloud mining Bitcoin for now, and when the Bitcoin hits a high enough level, then and the value of whatever I have in there, or my gold and silver stack, takes off in value, then buying power, then I'll do something with it.
You need somebody to come up there and cut some trees down for you. Let me know. I'm really good with a chainsaw. I've been using one my whole life.
Well, but you said this guy had a backhoe, though. I mean, you know.
Oh, no. I'm just saying, I'll come up. We'll drop the trees. We'll cut them into chunks. And, you know, you got like a quad or an ATV, we can haul the logs out. And, yeah, I can give you a couple weeks of my time to go and visit Hawaii. Plus, I get another card.
You get another what?
Another card. Haven't you heard about the whole card thing?
No.
Oh, man. If you meet someone, you get their card. And the more cards you get, the more, you know, higher up you get.
Higher up?
Yeah. Well, you have more cards. So when you're actually playing cards against each other, you got more points.
Is this some weird gun channels thing that I just heard about? I never even heard about that before.
You gotta check this out, dude. It's hilarious. It's we're just basically doing player cards with each other, right? But if you've met someone and you get their card, because Chivas is all in printing these cards.
Do I have a card? Is there a Hawaii Volcano Squad card?
Oh yeah, hell yeah!
No. Nobody told me about it. I don't even have my own card. Oh well.
Really? Oh fuck, man! You gotta talk to G-Webs. Did you piss him off?
I don't. Well, I've disagreed with him about. We've argued about pretty much everything at one point or another, but it was just, you know, some topics that we argued, disagreed about. It wasn't anything personal.
Yeah, that's the great thing. I like, because, you know, I've met him a few times, and yeah, G-Webs is like the nicest guy, but he'll tell you, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I'll tell him the same thing. You know, you're wrong. Everything you're saying is wrong, and whatever we were arguing about last night, I'm sure I was right.
Yeah, but it's exactly what he is like in person, which is hilarious, right? Because if you know, you talk to him online and go, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna meet him in person," he's gonna be like, you know, not like that, and he's exactly like that. And you're just like, well, fuck you, dude. Like, what the fuck were you doing? You know, kind of thing. And it's just like, wow, being in person and being online, it's the same damn thing with him.
Oh, well.
Which is cool, but yeah, a card. I'm pretty sure I've seen your card, so.
I didn't know anything about it, so nobody told me.
Dude, man, were you disconnected for?
Was that what?
Were you disconnected for a bit?
Me?
Disconnected?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was in the hospital for a couple of months, and away from. Yeah, I was definitely. You know, I had my open heart surgery, so I was, you know, I was in the hospital for a week, and then in another hospital for 2 weeks, and then I was for a month. I was in Honolulu, just doing cardio rehab therapy before I came back home, where I had access to a computer. So,
they right up, like did they split your chest? Because all I got.
Yeah.
Was, wrist.
The stent. Yeah. They first did the thing with the wrist they took the camera up, you know, into the heart to take a look, and the cardiologist tapped me on the shoulder and said, you know, while the thing was still, you know, he was looking into my heart on the camera, you know, with the thing, and he said, Steve, you need a quadruple bypass. And I was like, I wasn't gonna argue with him. So
yeah, that's bad. Like I got 2 stents, and they said, well, you know, the one artery was close to 50%, but if you control your cholesterol, it'll be fine, which is, you know, probably true. But yeah, they put 2 stents in me. I was amazed. I don't know, did you have the same experience? I guess because
they didn't do stents. They didn't even try. They just did. They opened me up and did the bypass.
That's what I'm just going to say is, like, when I came out of just getting the stents in, and they didn't even knock me out. Like,
you're awake for that. You know, you're awake for just the.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to remember the name for it.
Yeah.
It's evading me.
Stent implant or something. But anyway,
No, it's how arterio something or other. You know.
But like I was like, they were saying, you know, gotta rest, and I'm like, no, I fucking feel great.
Yeah, but basically, it's like, you know, the stent can fail, and then, you know, because that happened when I was in the rehab. You know, that happened to one of the guys who was, you know, walking on the treadmill, and, you know, basically, you know, he was still doing his rehab, but, you know, he said, yeah, they're just trying to schedule him to do it again, you know, do it all over, which must suck, because I know that my wrist was like my whole left arm was a mess for a month, you know.
Right, no problem at all.
My left arm was purple.
Oh, they put that clamp on? That was on for about 6, maybe 8 hours. Then they took it off, and it was like, everything's fine. Had no bruising. Way better than I had to get my shoulders rebuilt because I tore the tendons.
I didn't feel any pain or no problems with my shoulders. Nothing at all. But they did cut my chest open for the bypass.
No, I'm saying I had to get that done earlier because I ripped all the tendons out. And one of the surgeries went great on the one shoulder. The other one, it looked like I'd fallen off the table and was just nothing but bruising on the one side and bled like crazy. And that arm never was right. The first arm they did is fine. The second one, it's still painful and everything else, right? So, yeah, it's like a 50% thing.
I'm just pissed because I'm not allowed to. You know, I really can't do bench pressing much anymore. I mean, I used to bench press 300 pounds. I was big into it, you know, but I can't do that anymore because they cut my sternum in half, and I don't want to crack it, you know. I crack it in half. I can't try to do.
That's funny that you've done it to your sternum, because when I was a kid, my dad bought.
It's not funny. It was painful. It was part of the surgery. You know, I didn't do it. They did it.
Just wait. I'm going to tell you about this. This is funny. It's weird that you and I have things in common, is what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah.
When I was, I don't know, I might have been 13, 14, my dad was establishing the ranch. So he went, local military base was selling off old buildings, right? So we went and bought a couple of old H huts, which were, you know, barracks. And so we had the wall, you know, in big giant sections. And for whatever reason, my dad had hauled all of these home flat, and he had me pulling nails, right? And so he had done. He pulled the one wall up because it would be easier to pull nails over standing up. So he had the one wall chained to the tractor, so it couldn't fall on the other wall, which was still on the trailer. And he told me to go in there and pull a nail. So I'm pulling the nails. Well, the chain broke. And so the wall fell. And it was in between, like, two of the wall studs. Now, you know, I was only like 13 or something, so I was skinny enough to fit in between the wall studs. But you know what? My rib cage was more than 3.5 inches wide, which is how wide the wall studs were. Where all my ribs attached to my sternum, it broke all those. And it was like, you know, I was like, what the fuck just happened? Because to me, it just felt like a big wind hit me in the back. And the next thing I know, my dad is picking up this 1,000-pound wall, you know, bright red, just screaming, "Get the hell out of there! Get the hell out of there!" And then I was like, "No, I'm fine. I can help." And he's like, "No, go see your mother. Go see your mother." He was freaked right out. It was funny. And it was just, I just broke all the cartilage that attaches the ribs to the sternum.
Must have hurt though.
Oh fuck yeah! I couldn't do like the one thing that got me is I used to always like jump up onto the deck and just put my hands on the edge of the deck and kind of lever myself up because I was like fancying myself an athlete. And I'd go do that, and it was like, you know, as soon as I started to put pressure on my hands, it was like, and you'd pretty much pass out. Because nothing was attached, and they don't do anything for something like cartilage, eh?
Yeah, I would imagine for your chest, cartilage would heal all by itself eventually.
Oh, it did, yeah. It's fine now. 40 years later. Go figure. Although, Oz Nazi did crack 2 of my ribs for that. Forever and ever.
Oh, it was with the magic marker thing?
Yeah.
He used a magic marker and cracked your ribs? That's
I have X-rays. He actually, I have cracked rib. Well, one cracked rib from that. But you know what? The thing is, it's not really his fault. It's when we did the first take, and I just went, "This is the proper way to respond to a knife attack," and turned and ran because that is actually the proper response. It really is. If you can run. Knives are nasty.
Oh yeah, that's why I carry one.
Hey.
My response is I'm faster with my knife than they are with theirs.
That's silly.
If you have to know, if you practice Cali, then you'll have some kind of sense of how to fight, a knife fight. But if you don't practice Broken 8, and you just won't get the flow. Once you get the flow of how to fight with the knife or sticks, it's all the same. But it takes practice. You have to practice it a lot.
I wish I could turn my camera on and show you my Lake Fairbanks that Huck made for me. It is the fucking nastiest knife ever, and I do have, like, I've read about it. I studied, like, it.
Oh, have you seen my karambit?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to fight a karambit. I don't want to knife fight anyone. Period. But like, if I have to, I think I got an idea of what to do to survive. If I can't just fucking turn around and run, or pull out my fucking high power and just light them up.
Well, again, knives are faster than knives are just weapon speed is just something you have to deal with.
That's true, yeah. I mean, but yeah, I love the sights, and because I like to strike, right? Because it's almost what you learn in jiu-jitsu. You just have to put it with an edged weapon. Because jiu-jitsu is always striking to a vulnerable point, like the throat.
It helps to know anatomy, yeah, but you have to be, you also have to be able to flow with your. And that's what's basically practicing stick fighting, Filipino stick fighting. Is
that stuff's just badass. I can't. Yeah.
You could. It's Broken 8 is pretty easy. Heaven 6, Broken 8, it's whatever they call it. Once you get the hang of it, it took me a month to really get the hang of it, where I could just do it in my sleep without thinking about it. But once you get it and you just practice it every once in a while, fighting with a knife is the same thing, and you just have to redirect their attack until you can,
I mean, really, all you got to do is start slashing. I mean, that's one of the things. First lessons I teach you really in knife fighting is go for the forehead, try cut them in the head, because that will bleed into their eyes. That limits their vision, but keep like that sweeping, fast attack, which is not only an attack, because it is, because you've got an edged weapon moving through the air, but it's also a defense. So when they try go in, they have a chance of getting flashed, right? And every cut, like the person who gets the first cut usually wins the fight.
Well, that doesn't mean that the first person who makes the first move wins. Because if you can redirect their attack, then.
What I'm saying is the person who gets the first cut. Not
Yeah.
the first move, right? It's the first cut, because that demoralizes your opponent.
wouldn't demoralize me. It would just make me. It would piss me off.
Well, I see that's the thing is that with different opponents, but other opponents might go, "Oh my God, I'm going to lose," right? Because they just got cut. And you know, some people the sight of their own blood makes them go all freaky, or some people the sight of blood. Period. You just don't know who you're facing. So I'm saying, yeah, first cut for sure. I would always want to go with first cut across the forehead, something like that, something in the face.
I'll go for the throat. You go for the throat, dude.
No. I mean, because that's what they're expecting. If they know anything about knife fighting, that's what they're expecting.
Well, you could go all Bruce Lee on him and throw out a feint that you'd get them to react to, and then go for the throat.
Well, I ain't that good. What I am good enough to is,
that's what Bruce Lee did. He'd throw out a fake attack to get them to move and mess with them and to react to a fake attack, and then there'd be an opening that he could exploit.
Watched every Bruce Lee movie I think there is.
Oh, but have you watched every Bruce Lee video on YouTube? Because there's quite a few.
No, maybe not everyone. I've seen some of his live fights, so they're pretty. Well, apparently there was only one that was a real fight. And I don't know if that one ever got videotaped. I don't know if that one was ever.
Well, I don't know. You could just type Bruce Lee fight on YouTube and there'll be a ton of videos.
Oh, yeah, there will be. But what I like, because I read the book about Bruce Lee, and the one thing it said in the book, and it was like somebody who was close to the family. And it was like the only fight he ever did for money that was for real, was until you were knocked the shit out. Serious, fucking, fight. Was never recorded, but Bruce Lee no, actually didn't. He actually almost got his ass knocked out. He got hurt, apparently it took 7 minutes or something, which is
it's a long fight. That's a very long fight.
Yeah, it was a very long fight, and no, I may be.
The good thing about knife fights is they won't be. That's why I carry a knife. They're going to be faster. They won't last for 7 minutes.
No. But I'm just saying, it's really interesting. Now, don't quote me on 7 minutes on Bruce Lee. I mean, because I'm just trying to remember the shit from way back that I read, 20 years ago. So,
my philosophy is since I'm not gonna have the cardio to do a boxing match, a chivalrous fight. So if somebody really wants to fight with me, I have about just a few seconds on full speed, before my cardio will stop me. So I have 3 seconds to kill them. So that's pretty much it.
Exactly the same way, right? That's why it feels so much nicer to be in Arizona, where I can carry a gun.
Well, I can kill somebody in 3 seconds with a mic around it. So.
Well, no, I could do it with that too, but at the same time, it's because I know I've done that, right? I've been playing with the dog, and I've gone and ran and kicked a ball, and it's it's about 3 seconds, and then you're oh fuck. And whereas before that'd be just you could do that for 20 minutes. Now it's oh fuck.
Well, when I could bench 300 pounds, and I was doing all that bodybuilding stuff, I tried boxing, and I couldn't do it. It just having muscle didn't help. You have to have cardio to do boxing, and I didn't have that kind. I never had that kind of cardio, except for when I was a teenager, but I never had that kind of cardio when I was older. So,
I grew up with that kind of stuff, and even after I quit, or even after I started smoking, I still had it. It just wasn't as long. When I was 13, 14, I used to run distance. Now, even though I was one of
me too.
Yeah, even though I was a short guy, I would run really long distance. I was coming in second. A long-legged motherfucker who was running.
Well, the point is, if I have to get into a fight and all I have is a knife, I'm going to end it in just very few seconds. You know.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be like, do. Okay, fight's over. Yeah. Oh, I mean,
When you get to hell, tell them HVS sent you.
I mean, I've since I was 13 or 14, I've carried a buck knife, and I was one of those people. I could pull my buck knife out and that with one hand and have it open like a just as fast as a switchblade.
I just like the Tiger's Claw and the Emerson Wave. It opens so fast, and the Tiger's Claw shape, it's just a natural kind of a weapon to fight with.
Yeah. Well, even with the like a regular buck knife, I mean, you've got a blade. So you go swipe, stab, you know, wham, 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 fight's over.
Yeah, you know, if you basically 2 diagonal cuts down, two horizontal cuts, and then 1 like punch straight into the gut, and then slice straight upwards, and that should disembowel them and completely, you know, cut their throats. And that's not doing any fancy trapping, you know, and trying to just defang, you know, cut their arm. You know, defanging the snake is for experts, which I am not an expert. So, you know, just like trying to slash somebody's bicep or shit like that, doing something fancy.
Yeah, how many fucking innocent people have been killed in a 7-Eleven robbery night because some fucking 13 or 15-year-old punk, you know, goes, oh God, this guy's gonna cause trouble for our robbery to get some smokes. And like it's happened up here, like I don't know, 8-9 times in Canada, and some fucking punk with a steak knife, right? Stabs somebody in the fucking neck and kills him dead.
Hey, steak knives work, you know. Steak knives matter.
No, it's crazy. I mean, like I've heard of this so many times, and like so many people have, like some guy comes up and tells a 7-Eleven clerk or whatever, you know, whatever Max store, you know, Lion 7, you know, give me your money or I'm gonna kill you. And some guy comes up behind, hey, you can't do that, because that happened in Canada. Even though they don't have any way to fucking stop them, right? It's just like, hey, that's not nice. So, yeah, this like people have done this, and then in with the group that was trying to rob the 7-Eleven or Max or whatever, you know, comes up behind him and stabs him with a steak knife in the neck that he'd stolen from his family home, just so he could say, hey, I'm badass, I got a knife. Get a fucking steak knife. At least I gave all my kids real knives.
Yeah, well, I like having an edge weapon. You know, I feel comfortable. You know, that if somebody tries to fuck with me, you know, that they won't last very long because I don't have the energy to you know let them fight very long. So, you know, when I fight, it's like to end it really quick.
And if you don't, well, you're dead anyway. So, I mean,
yeah,
me, man, it's like, hey, it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Go for the throat. Maybe I was just played World of Warcraft too much on my rogue or something, but.
See, you piece of shit rogue. I knew you'd be a rogue. My son used to play rogue all the time. It used to drive me nuts. I'd be playing a hunter. I'm going along, you know.
Well, you had flares. How could you let a rogue? I had a hunter. You have flares. How do you let a rogue sneak up on you? I mean,
you don't always have flares, right? You're not always blowing them off when you're just out fishing. Every time I go fishing, I'd be sitting in my lawn chair, you know, all of a sudden I'd die.
Oh, you had a fishing chair? Those were hard to come by.
I had all the fishing stuff. I was Mr. Fisherman. I had the best rod, or at least at the time.
Oh yeah, I had Matt Pangle's rod. But that wasn't super hard to get.
No, that wasn't. I got that easy. I think I was 90 whatever when I quit playing. It was ridiculous, right? The only reason I was that high is my son would just, me and him would go into battlegrounds and he'd just like level me because he was fucking so far beyond anything I could do. But he would still torture me. Like,
you know what I would do as a hunter what was really fun, if I was in one of the towers in Alteric Valley and a horde rogue came up, is I would fight on the edge of one of the towers, and then I'd just drop an explosive trap, and it would just blow him completely out of the tower, and he'd go flying off a cliff, and drop to his death, or unless he had a parachute, which a lot of people had, but explosive traps were pretty good to get if you're a hunter. If you were playing when they had explosive traps.
Like, you see, I mean, that stuff wasn't that big thing. I liked, the gadget stuff. I had to make a gnome so I could do the gadget thing.
Well, anybody could be an engineer.
Planes, right? I wanted them stupid airplanes because I thought those were so cool.
Oh yeah, I had one of those. I had a rocket, one of those rocket ships. I forgot which one to go.
They were gnome. Instead of a dragon or a super fast dragon, you could have this gnome machine.
Oh, the Horde one? Yeah.
You get a faster one. They fly really fast. And, yeah, all that stuff. I just bought into that shit. I'd spent hours.
Yeah, I had like 1 million gold, Here, I'll show you see if I could see the achievements of my old guild.
I had a whole server where I had nothing but level 1s, but I had all this gold. Because I ran them to different areas, right? And then they would just mail shit to me. And then I'd sell it on the auction. It was
yeah.
hilarious.
I was basically I found that the most fierce combat was in the auction house.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I had like trade skill master, but yeah, it's like selling, people undercutting each other by 1 copper. And I like whenever a new expansion came out, if you had a gem crafter, which I did, or you could make a fortune. 1 gem would sell for some ridiculous amount of money. And
I had 2 accounts just so I could have enough characters to have all the classes, right? And they wouldn't be like the absolute highest. Make the shit that was important. Oh God, it was hilarious. I had this one.
So here's the old. I'm screen sharing my old guild that I started.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna hit the PvP.
You ever hear of a guy who was a quadriplegic?
So here's how many horde we killed. 706,847.
Creep jackers. Yeah.
Yeah, we never got that achievement while I was there, but I think there's just one guy that I used to fight with. He's still doing it. But let me.
Oh yeah, my buddy and his wife are still playing it. It's just like.
Well, they kind of killed. Where's the fishing achievements here?
Battleship. Oh, I have all the fishing.
That's a lot of bait. Well, did you do the? We didn't get the. We're gonna need a bigger boat. We got 20. We got up to 23,963 out of 25,000 for the week. We're gonna need a bigger boat achievement.
That's not bad. That's pretty good.
But that's I quit. So basically after Warlords of Draenor, the PvP just went to shit, and so that's when I decided no, PvP sucks, and and then they did the factions didn't matter. You could be on either side at one point. Alliance could fight with a horde, and I was like, well, you just took the whole lore and point of I was just there to kill horde. So.
And I was there to beat Orc, right? I played Orc. I played I pretty much always played Horde.
But see, Star Fury was the guild. I kind of like designed that tabard there, and but appropriation was I had no idea you were a Warcraft person, but I haven't done this in years. But
well, me either. Right? It's Biker Bob 59.
Daily drivers. That's a lot of quests. This how many quests this was? We did the 50,000 quests achievement, the 30,000 dailies.
Yeah. See, you were in the guild thing, and I was always like, nope, not gonna do any of that. I did it all solo.
Well, I was pretty much the only guy that was always on, and other people would come and go. Like all these people, just look at who's in it. It's like, let's see, guild summary, roster. Just appropriation is probably the only guy that's still. I just left in the guild. I just left and did. But all these people haven't been on it forever, including me. See, my characters were Rebel Soldier was my warrior.
Never heard of him.
007 was my rogue. 007. People would see that name and laugh.
You never played on, like I played on a lot of the, what do they call them, where you have to play character.
Oh, role playing?
Yeah. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Got a dog.
Take your dog out.
You still around, Knives?
Bob went to walk his dog. Just me.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't these older guys used to give us younger guys shit for talking video games in here?
Yeah, I didn't. I never gave anybody shit. I mean, but yeah, people that don't like people that play like World of Warships or something like that. But no, I talked about Warcraft. Yeah, I didn't know Bob played Warcraft.
Yeah, I was just asking Knives because I could have swore that was a thing at some point.
Yeah.
So this is my rogue. You can't see him, and I haven't played him in like years, but this is my character.
Yo, Scotty.
Yo.
How's that law in your? How's that thing going up in your state?
I don't know. Last thing I saw on the news is they said they're getting close to a budget. I don't know. We'll see what happens Friday.
Shit. Yeah, you saw what they're trying to do to us.
Yep.
Try to pass on without us knowing about it.
They took out gem crafting out of Warcraft. Well, that must have sucked because my character was a gem crafter and an engineer. And they took out gem crafting. All this stuff used to have gems on it and everything. Shit. Motherfuckers. Yeah, they fucked up the crafts, all the crafting, you know, with the what were the when everybody had their own little town, they fucked up the crafting and they fucked up the PvP, and they, you know, all my gem crafting was useless basically, and they just totally destroyed the game. Honorable kills 77,223. Achievements. This was my original character that I started playing a Balance Druid, but I think I changed into a healer. What were his achievements like? Over 60 exalted reputations. Never got to 70 exalted reputations. How close was I? 60. Yeah. Let's see. I never finished leveling this guy up to level 100, did I?
My man, it's getting late. I'm gonna do it.
You don't want to see all my characters? This was my Balance Druid. Changed into
What level did you get to before you quit playing?
Well, my last characters, I'll show you my Hunter and my Rogue. Okay, then you can go. Get really quick. Come on, Star Fury. Sorry, roster. Okay, 007. I think he's level 100 or
10? Yeah, see, I quit way before we went to that level. Like, I started, you only went to level 40.
yeah. I started during vanilla too. You know, I remember having to walk and how getting like a mount was a gigantic, you know, thing.
Oh, shit.
I remember that. You know, yes, I got tired of walking everywhere so much. You know.
Yeah.
And
when I started playing, that was just the way it was, right?
so
And
this
like,
was
only the higher levels could get a mount.
so this was my Rogue,
That
and
was
the,
at the level, you know, 20.
yeah, vanilla was different.
Yeah.
And my Hunter was Tavor. This was my Hunter.
Yeah. See, I had, like, mine was Biker Bob, and he had a pig named Arnold.
Well, I really like the explosive traps. You know what was really fun I enjoyed in the Alteric Valley is when the Horde, we were fighting the Horde at the bridge, you know, to cross into the Alliance base. There's that bridge that they have to cross over, you know. if people were fighting, you know, you had the Alliance on one side and the Horde was winning, and they pushed all the Alliance back to the bridge, and there'd be like this scrum at the bridge where the Horde would try and push across. And I would just fling out an explosive trap, and it would just blow off all the Horde, just blow them up off of the bridge. And I'd like send 30 characters flying off the bridge with one trap all at once. It was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I love the traps. They were fun. I mean, you probably never played Duke Nukem with the laser claymores.
Yeah, and what's really fun was like, you know, because I could go completely. I had, you know, shadow melding because I was an elf so I could be invisible, and if I had a pet that could go invisible too, then I could just wait like at the lumber in that battleground where there's the lumber yard on the cliff, you know, where the flag's on the cliff overlooking, and when they, you know, go to try and capture the flag, you just fling out a trap right by where they are, and they just get blown off of the cliff and fall down to their death. But they wouldn't know I was there because I would just be invisible waiting, you know.
Yeah.
For him to. So
I had a few cats that would turn invisible and stuff like that. I love the cats. They were good pets.
Yeah, but for soloing, you know, it really was good to have a turtle, you know, because they could just tank, you know, almost anything and keep the aggression, you know.
I never had a turtle. The pig would do almost the same thing, though.
Yeah, but so I don't know how many characters this guy killed.
Yeah, I always had the pig right from the start. That was my first character's pet, and it was the first character. I just ran that thing right to the end. But I also had a whole bunch of others, right? Like I say, I had a bunch of level 1 characters that were the richest on the server. And they were just like, I would just take character and run them as far as I could. So I'd be running through like level 20 areas with a level 1 character.
Yeah, so basically I had a warrior rebel soldier who was level 100. That was my character. And I just used him to tank in Alteric Valley mostly, you know, to tank the boss. And I had my rogue who's level 100. And I never really bothered to level up my druid or anybody else. I had my hunter. Did I never level him up to a level 100? Maybe not. I think I just did the rogue, the warrior, and then I quit, you know, because
I don't know whether it was 85 or 90, something like that. But yeah, it was just like at that point, it was like,
They killed the crafting, you know, and especially they took out the gem crafting, you know, the usefulness of it, and I had put a lot of effort into all that, and because when they had those in Warlords of Draenor, they had the you know, everybody had their own little town, and they had the Facebook kind of, you know, thing that you had to do every day on all your characters, and it just got to be more of a job than it was a game, and it was just like, you know, when you run a guild, and this was a small guild, I mean, these are all the people in the guild. I had like 5 characters or 6 characters or something, but, you know, you could see it was an old guild because it had so many people in it, but it was.
You know, do that still. Well, I'm not quite sure if she still does it, but yeah.
Anyway, this is my old guild. I started it. The reason I picked that design for the tabard is because the old guild I was in before this one, the guy who ran it did this bright blue. I don't know if you remember how battlefields were in vanilla, but you know, he had this bright blue tabard that if you put it on, it said "kill me first," all right? Because so I had this dark one that wouldn't draw attention, you know. And he had this. I said, "Why are they're just gonna? If I go into Battleground, you have this crappy tabard design. It's dark blue, and it sucks. And like half the people agreed with me, and half the people agreed with him, and so that old guild split up because of a bad tabard design."
Oh, guilds! I mean, there was so much of that fucking shit went on with guilds. That's why I could never really get into being in one, because there was too much of the drama.
So you're on gun channels instead? That doesn't.
Tunnels doesn't have that much drama, at least.
Well, you got shit for buying a van.
She was an ass. I mean, like that's not drama.
Oh, there's more drama on Warcraft? Yeah. Well, there's trolls and stuff that would come by and, try and fuck with your head, but,
Yeah, crap on it.
I just really enjoyed killing Horde, especially with my rogue. I mean, he was...
I had a couple of rogues that got fairly high, like 90 or something like that, and they were fun. But it was, I like playing a warrior. I just like being like, right, and
I really just like sneaking up and just getting in with a Horde when they weren't expecting it.
Yeah, and I like that too. I mean, I used to do that. Me and one friend he talked me into doing the first rogue I did. And we used to sneak into towns and just gank people. Because why not? Right? And, yeah, it was a lot of fun, but at the same time, it was like, yeah, you usually got caught, and then you couldn't make it out of the town before you got killed. And then,
the Horde were always raiding, that town right outside of Stormwind. So there was always like about 100 Alliance people around waiting for a Horde to show up,
Oh, yeah.
But when they did show up, they'd show up with a gang. They wouldn't just show up in onesies or twosies. They'd be like, 10 of them or something with healers.
Yeah, it was not Thunderbluff. It was, what the fuck was it? The one before Thunderbluff. It was only a level, I think 5 or 6 town, or no, maybe 8 or 9.
Oh, the Horde town?
Yeah, and it was like a bunch of TPs and.
Yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah, and man, there was always Alliance sitting up there and ganking you. You'd come out to go, oh, I'm gonna go kill some antelope, and like you just die and you go, what the fuck?
Well, you went out flagged. Yeah, you got flagged somehow. Or were you on a PvP server or PvE?
PvPs, yeah. I always play PvP servers. Otherwise,
I was on a PvE server, so nobody had to get flagged. But there were ways to trick people into getting flagged.
Oh yeah, you just get them hit you first.
And but it was fun. So that's how I got into knives, because of this character with his Primal Combat Shankers.
Yeah.
And so
I've always had lots of knives and blades and shit like that, but I've always gone, you know what? If I got my druthers, I want to put 9mm in them or something like that.
yeah, well, I had a hunter called Tabor, but there was a reason.
Tabor.
Well, I bought the Tabor before I named the hunter.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's weird because, I don't know. You don't think, and that's a weird thing because I'm an old guy saying, "Oh, I played this." You don't think of older people playing video games and then
Well, I don't anymore, but
yeah.
I remember it was fun. But they killed it. They killed Warcraft. They really did. The company did.
Battleship now. Occasionally.
You do what?
World of Battleship or
World of Battleship. Well, that's not as intense as combat in Alteric Valley sometimes, but
well, you know what? You get into the islands on a torpedo boat and running in amongst a bunch of cruisers. Yeah, it's going to get real exciting. Thing is, it's really slow until it gets really fucking exciting, and then it's over. You're either alive or dead. That's kind of cool though, because it gives older people with, I mean, that's. I'm not putting down old people. I am one of them. As you get older, your brains get slower. Now you can still react really fast, but the processes that make you a really good video gamer, the reflexes.
Oh yeah, you have to be fast, especially in an arena.
Oh, those are horrible.
Well, yeah, I'd have fights. You know, sometimes I would have fights that would, you know, be like a draw at something. You know, but on the old rules of Arena before they like modernized it or made them, they put a time limit and they finally made it shorter. But I literally had, you know, sometimes I had a battle that would go for an hour. You know, it was just my hand was just literally in pain. You know, it was like I had to just either forfeit because my hand was going to fall off. You know.
No, my son used to drag me into those fucking stupid things, and he'd be like, just let your pet loose, because that's all he cared. He knew he could kill them both, and it was just let your pet loose, and I'd be like running around like an idiot, you know, and then realizing like, man, I can't play video games anymore. Thank God for World of Battleships, because.
Well, you didn't. Did you have all the add-ons that you needed for Arena? You know.
Oh God, yes. He made sure I had them all. He made me go and get them.
Yeah, so that basically, it, you know, the one that would alert you when the other guy was casting a spell, or you know, taking a a long shot, or you know, or trinketed. It would say trinket when they used a trinket and stuff like that.
He had every button on my mouse, like did shit. And everything, just like all these things would come up on the screen, and I'd go, ah! It was horrible. It would just ruin the game for me. I just wanted to go fishing. Honest to God, man, I loved going fishing. I like even when I was really low level, like level 5, I'd be in level 20 areas fishing.
Did you do fishing in Wintergrasp in the combats? That's I assume that's when somebody snuck up on you in Wintergrasp, right?
Oh yeah, I got snuck up on lots of times. I don't know if I'd ever fished in Wintergrasp. I'm not sure if I remember that one.
There were special achievements for that, but that was when they had Wintergrasp. I think after that level, I went past level 80. Then that used to be such a big thing, fighting in Wintergrasp.
Was that just like a winter area, or?
Well, it was like the PvP area during Lich King, and and basically everybody would, pile on into Wintergrasp, but they had a limit, so it'd be like, what was it, 40 versus 40, or 30 versus 30, or 50 versus, and only so many people could get in when there was combat. But if you flew in there, you'd always be flagged for PvP if you went into the zone. So if you went in there in between battles to go fishing, or to wait to run a that little raid they had in the fortress, then you'd be flagged.
I don't know if there was that good of fishing there. I don't remember ever like.
Oh yeah, there was. There were pools. There were achievements. Let's see.
I remember doing the jungle thing, and then there was one other thing that was like you catch these special fish right outside the highest level area. And
fishing.
Or you could learn to cook them, which I learned to cook them because that made more sense. But then you could sell this food that was like one of the highest level foods.
Oceanographer, Fisher cut bait. Did you ever catch Ironjaw in Ironforge?
No, I don't think I ever got him.
Old Ironjaw, yeah, I did that on 2009.
Nice.
Oceanographer. Where was the Wintergrasp?
I got cutterfish bait. I know that one.
Fisher cut bait. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go look. It must be under PvP achievements then.
I got that one too.
Wintergrasp. They may have taken out Wintergrasp as a battleground because it's not anymore. But yeah. So all the achievements disappeared too. Those fuckers. I swear.
Oh, I know. I'm pretty sure if I went back on, my character would be just removed because he had all kinds of cool shit that you couldn't get anymore.
Yeah. Here's the 250. This was the achievement that I really liked the most, the Bloodthirsty title for 250,000 honorable kills. Bloodthirsty. Yeah, the title reward, the Bloodthirsty. That was, I always had that title up. So it would always be like 007, the Bloodthirsty. Bleeding Bloodhoof, kill the Thunderguard guy, the Orgrimmar guy, and the...
Yeah, see, you were on the wrong side. That's the problem. I don't know any or almost none of these awards because you're on the wrong side.
Wrong side. Well, basically what happened was I had started out with a balanced druid when I was just starting out around that Alliance town. After you leave Darnassus, there's that little fishing town on the coast that's no longer there anymore. But there was always like this Tauren hunter that kept raiding, and I put a bounty on him because he kept annoying everybody. So, you know, basically my guild was up whenever I would just say Dexus, you know, in the guild chat, you know, or when you could type in like World Defense, like back in vanilla, you could type in World Defense. They took that out, and, you know, everybody would show up and start hunting Dexus, you know, this Tauren hunter. So, you know, and so at one point I just put a bounty on him in trade chat, you know, and I said, I'll pay you like $10,000 for killing Dex, 10,000 gold pieces for killing Dexus. And they're like, really? It's like, yeah, prove to me that you killed him, and I'll give you 10,000 in gold right now.
Did you have 10,000 in gold?
Oh, I had like over $1 million in gold, dude. Well, not in vanilla, but I had 10,000 in gold. Yeah, I had over $1 million at one point, but when I was doing the Dexus reward, and it was really funny because when I saw him, he like jumped 10 feet high when he saw my character later one time, you know, because he remembered.
Yeah, it's
But-
funny. Like, I mean, I had I was just going on about how impressed I was. I had level 1s that had 100,000 gold, and you had 1 million gold, dude.
Yeah, I was crazy on the auction house. But I mean, I was on all those websites, you know, they had that, you know, they had like a stock market, you know, auction house website.
They would tell you what the trends were and stuff like that. I ignored those. I just kind of went with what the people I was talking to on the chats were going.
Let me see if I can remember the website really quick.
Because I was on like 8 or 9 different servers, but the one I had and that was the whole thing. I started the whole thing to...
The Undermine Journal. The Undermine Journal.
Okay.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Got a question about your 1022.
Yeah. Okay.
So, why do you think your nut keeps loosening up? You have any idea?
I have no idea. What do you think?
Now, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. If it lost its little ball bearing in there that keeps it indexed, or what? Because once you put that thing on,
yeah.
Because once you put that, you do. Because in my experience with mine, once I put that thing on, and you know, you snap it in, and then you tighten that nut down, and then you can hang on.
Too hot. He's driving down the highway on his motorcycle talking.
Airplane. No, but
you're driving down the highway on an airplane?
Yeah, something like that. But on mine, you know, once I
badass, man. I'm telling you, he's like a 737 with the wings cut off going down the highway.
That could have been a 737 overhead. No, but on my takedown, you know, I've never ever had to mess with the tension other than the first time. You know, you put the barrel piece in and it locks in, and then you crank down. I crank down on that nut, and you get it to click like 1 or 2 more times, and then every time I take it off, I've never had that thing loosen up at all. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, what could be wrong with yours, and that's got to be the problem with the repeatability on yours.
Check out these Alteric Valley achievements, Bob. Win Alteric Valley in 6 minutes.
I have friends who have probably done it faster, but
in a single Alteric Valley, battle, assault a graveyard, defend a graveyard, assault a tower, defend a tower, and slay someone in the field of strife.
Warcraft.
What's that?
Fuck, man, my best friend when I lived in Saskatoon was one of the best hunters on World of Warcraft. He was in the top, I don't know what it was, but he was actually like WoW production company was actually talking to him. They wanted him to come to some of their conferences because he was a quadriplegic. Right, couldn't move.
Okay, that sounds like something that kind of company would like to do.
Oh yeah, oh of course. And he was a top-rated hunter, but that was because he did what he was told. He like in one-on-one combat levels below him probably beat, right? Just because he has a disadvantage in his movements. But to do something that's like to do raids, it's hunter, go stand over here. Shoot it.
You want to piss off people in a raid, use multi-shot. That'll really
Exactly.
piss everyone off. That's when you can hear that stupid hunter. Hunter.
Like misdirect it, put it on your,
Healer. Misdirect your healer.
yeah, use misdirect on your tank if the aggro starts to go off the tank. Like, I know all the shit, right? It's,
I was a terrible raider. I always was.
Oh, I couldn't do it at all. I mean,
I was terrible. What I really hated was like a dance. You have to stand here, move there, hop 3 times, and then when the floor changes colors, move to the green space. I mean, it was like, what the hell kind of thing is that to have to do for a raid? I just like fighting. I really like. I was a PvP guy.
Yeah, move around the edges and shoot arrows into its head. And tell my cat to go rip its guts out.
Yeah, and well, I just like knocking people off of cliffs mostly, or blowing them off of high spaces.
Like yeah, I'm more about I just want to see my cat eat them, or my pig gore them. God, my pig Arnold. It was so funny because I did the pig as a joke, and it ended up by the time I was like finishing, because I was level 90, my pig was level 90. He was like a freaking tank.
Yeah, they could tank a lot of things.
Yeah, you just rip into shit, and pigs can do a lot of damage, eh?
Yeah, I had a turtle.
Destructible. Yeah, the pig's kind of in between the turtle and the cat. I had lots of cats. Because cats were so cool because you could put them in stealth. And they were
and because that was useful for me as a hunter because I had Shadow Meld being an elf. So all my characters were elves. So
I actually did a goblin at one point.
Well, I was all alliance, so I couldn't do goblins.
The goblins did. Oh yeah, I mean my night elves. Because right about the time I was like, thinking, I should do just a banking, a server. Don't do anything else but run characters, whatever, 5-10 characters. Run them out to as far as I can get them, and then just have them buy shit out there at the shops, right? And then ship it back to me, and I'll sell it here in a central thing. Right?
Okay, I think I found it, Bob. I think I found it. The Winter Wargrasp, Vehicular Gloam Slaughters, Archivon Stillmonster, Black War Mammoth, Demolition Derby. They took out the fishing achievement. There used to be a fishing achievement here. Motherfucker. Ah.
No, I believe you, man. I mean, honest to God, I believe you. I don't think you're shit. No, I'm serious. I really, because I know they've done that with other stuff, right? And fishing achievements. Those were the things I played the game for, really. I mean, I started out playing it for fun, and then it got boring. Fishing, and then it was just fun to go.
Yeah, it was achievement crack. It was like this crack, you know, when
it was like I love to be in these really high area or high level areas, either at a really low level or at that level, but in coveralls and a fishing hat, sitting in a lawn chair, just fishing on a lake, right? Well, everybody else is all like,
questing.
geared because PvP and everything else. So they could come over and kill me if they wanted to. But most of the time they would just go.
Well, I was never on a PvP server, you know, so I was always on a PvE server. But, you know, you have to wait for a flag guy to come out, you know. But the Horde, but that's what I like, you know, when we had World Defense in vanilla, you know, there would be alerts when the Horde was attacking, you know, an alliance area, you know. Yeah. And my guild, Star Fury, when we had vanilla, we would always defend Ashenvale. You know what, Astronar, that town. So whenever Astronar was attacked by some hordes, you know. And one time we went there, like and when somebody, just some random person said, "Oh, thank God, it's the Star Fury elves who show up and defend us," you know, I was like so happy when he said that, you know. It was because that's what I lived for, you know, defending Astronar from the Horde. That was a big thing.
Yeah. See, and I was already like 25, 30 years old. Probably 30. So it was like, you know, I was kind of like, oh, I'm just going to do this for shits and giggles. I'm going to go attack Ashenvale because I can, and I'm level, you know, whatever, and my buddy is even a higher level. I still ended up dying. So did he, actually. Because all these high level alliance jumped in. And we were 2 hunters. But hunters they're perimeter troops. You know?
Well, yeah, basically, you just want to stand out. You don't want to get into melee combat because you're ranged, basically. So you want to keep away from if you got a rogue on you, you aren't going to last very long. So you got to, you know, jump away and, you know, use flares and traps to, and to keep them off you. Otherwise, you won't last.
We used to build Twinks. You remember building Twinks?
Yeah, but all my I never got into that. You know, where you would just level it up to like level 20 and then, you know, just limit it right there and something like that. But people did that, you know. But
like for Battlegrounds, right?
Yeah, for Battlegrounds.
Yeah. So I had a whole bunch of them. I had like level 9s, I guess, 19s, but they had the best stuff you could get for those levels, right? It was hilarious to go play those Battlegrounds because everybody else you're playing against was pretty much geared the same way, except for 1 or 2, right? There'd always be some people just starting out.
Yeah, and eventually they came up with that heirloom gear where, you know.
Yeah, and that ruined it, really.
Well, yeah, the only thing good about it is it helped you level up your characters faster, that's all. But
yeah, but I like the fact that it was like something you could just go out and if you had multiple accounts, which everybody did. I mean, you were allowed, what was it, 9? No.
I didn't have multiple accounts. I had multiple characters, but not multiple accounts.
Okay, multiple characters. I had 3 accounts. But
I only had 1 account, and I had a warrior 1, a rogue 2, a druid 3, a hunter 4. I never really leveled up very much my priest. That was 5. I had a mage.
How many characters were you allowed altogether? Was it?
I think 10.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the thing is, I had 10 characters, and I mean, I had shit from everywhere. From I'm gonna do a rogue, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and some I would play right up to the end, and some I would play up to level 40. But
I think I originally started using them as banking alts, you know, but eventually I made them characters, you know.
yeah, I same thing. I've had lots of banking alts because you had extra bank slots that way. You can mail them to each other. But the twinks, it was just like a friend was saying, "Oh yeah, you gotta do this, like play these battlegrounds," and I was like, "Wow, fuck it." So I went and tried it with one of my characters that was about level 9 or 8 or something like that, and it was like, fucking slaughtered, eh? And I was like, "What the fuck?" Normally I was do way better than that in regular combat against other players that level. And it was like, oh yeah, well they got this, they got this, they got this, and then you start telling me about this. I can go get these things. Yeah, you can go and buy them and get them enchanted and this kind of shit. And I went, well, fuck that, I'm gonna go do that because I got like lots of money.
Yeah, eventually that was another thing they did that they made all the gold useless, you know. At a certain point, they just killed the economy. They overprinted gold. They made it so easy to make gold that everybody had tons of it. And so, there wasn't anything you could buy with it that was fun or useful. And then when they made the crafting, where you didn't need gems, enchanting, they tried to make it so everybody was even all the time. And, they tried to dumb the game down so much, there wasn't all the specialization stuff was taken out, all the crafting was taken out, and the PvP sucked, and it was all about raiding, and it was I didn't even like raiding. It was like time to leave,
it was everybody gets an award, right? It's that kind of mindset.
So I blame Obama.
Well, I think you can blame society in general right now with this whole mindset that no one should be everyone should get rewarded for just being
It's like
there.
Pokemon or something, they just completely changed the whole nature of the game. And so, I guess a lot of the people that, were with it from vanilla, like me, left, And I left $1 million in a guild with, and everything. And I just let the guy who I used to do arenas with have it, It's like, whatever. I didn't give him my $1 million in gold, but I'm sure he has $1 million of his own anyway. So he didn't need my gold. But
yeah, I just walked away. I just went, whatever.
It was time to do something else, But yeah, I used to wake up every morning and run my dailies, and boy, when they and they overkilled dailies in Pandaria expansion. It was like a million days. It was like literally like every character had like 30 dailies or something, and if you had 10 characters, then how long does it take you to do 30 dailies and then get some PvP? Gladiator points, and run a few battlegrounds or arenas, and run 30 dailies on 10 characters a day. I mean, I didn't have 10 characters, but it was a job. And then people want you to organize the battlegrounds, organize a raid, have a plan. It's like, fucking A, man. I don't get paid enough for this shit.
I have a life and a job.
Yeah, it was time to quit, and well, I retired, so I had a little time for this kind of stupidity, but, it was fun. I liked killing Horde. I was good at killing Horde, and I had fun killing Horde. So
I would have dumped your ass. And Arnold would have.
I don't know. I've killed an awful lot of Horde. I mean, my rogue is like, that's why I like knives so much. Is like, I don't know if you looked at the, when they have like I really like the rogue, names for the talents that they had. Yeah. Like go for the throat, like slice and dice, eviscerate, eviscerate. But they did a lot of stuff, like even with rogues, like when they took out the different levels of stealth. The stealthy and the first thing that when they started changing out, when I used to have a balance druid, and he was a alchemist, and the first thing they did in vanilla, what I used to do when we played Alteric Valley and I had a balance rogue was they used to let you stack your potions, so you could have. I would have, before I went into battle, I would take, like, in vanilla, I would take, like, shadow resistance potion, arcane resistance potion, health potions. I mean, you used to be able to stack resistance to everything and absorption, shadow absorb, so whatever you got hit with, it would just show absorb, and then as a last resort, you could take the, if you were surrounded by like 20 horde, you could take the petrification potion and you just turn to stone and they couldn't do anything to you. That would really piss off. I would find myself standing in between like 20 horde and they would all be yelling at me, something at me in horde, the hordish language, and I couldn't understand, but I could tell they were pissed off because I had been, fucking with them as a balance druid, and then when they finally got me cornered, they couldn't do anything to me because I just popped a petrification potion. But you used to be able to stack like 100 potions, protection potions, and so nobody could really hurt you, but they took that out, and I was like, I was thinking of quitting then, in vanilla, but Lich King was pretty good, but it kind of went downhill from there. So
yeah, I know what you mean. I like the fact.
your level just really dropped down. I can't hardly hear you.
Hang on.
And as far as my rogue, yeah, the levels of stealth, when they took out, they just had like one level of stealth, and they used to have multiple layers of levels. It could be, different levels of stealth. I mean, they used to have a stealth potion too, which made you even more stealthy, but they took all that shit out.
Yeah, I mean they and that was part of the annoyance with World of Warcraft, but they kept tweaking, and they would take some groups' power away and add more to another, and then go, oh no, that didn't work, so we'll do this. We'll do this. So it was constant throughout the game. There was this tweaking, and it was like, what the hell?
Yeah, and at one point, that was like when the guy who's still in the guild and still active, he had a paladin, because at one point paladins were unstoppable, and when we went into arenas, it didn't matter what I did because the paladin would just kick everyone's ass. And if I could just stay alive and not get killed, then he would just win. And so it was like that for a season. But then they, what's it called when they nerfed them or something,
Nerf or tweak or yeah.
Yeah, they nerfed things, and then at one time,
and then they're terrible until they tweak them a little more, right? And just kind of. We're gonna adjust this a little bit, So
yeah,
it wasn't quite as bad.
Yeah, they would nerf things, and at one point what was the best? It was like the I'm trying to remember all some of the classes that I did play. What was that panda class? The monks were like crazy, you couldn't beat a monk, and then it was the what were the ones with the totems? What were the ones with the totems?
Oh, fuck, I don't remember those ones. Yeah, but the pandas were ridiculous.
I know, that was like...
beat one. It didn't matter what you did.
Well, the monks.
Yeah, the monks. Right?
Yeah, it wasn't the race, it was the monks. Yeah, the Mistweavers and stuff, and yeah, some of the monk class were, for a while, they were like the thing and unbeatable, and then what was the character? The shamans with the totems. Just, a certain kind of, like if you had if you're in an arena against a healing shaman, you know, you just couldn't possibly win, you know, and because you can never kill the fuck, because you know, and no matter how, and you'd have to target the totem so fast, you know, and they could put infinite totems down, and it was just crazy. And
well, at that level, you could never put enough damage on him to make up for the healing he could throw down.
yeah,
So, yeah, it was just like you know, he was just gonna survive, and you know, once in a while he went poke, 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 you were gonna die. So it was.
and so yeah, things are getting constantly nerfed and taken out of the game, but they do that not just with the classes, they do it with the economy, they do it with the crafting, they, you know, and they do it with, you know, PvP, and eventually they just ignored PvP and tweaked it so that everybody was, if you didn't raid, that was all you could do was raid, you know. And
the virus? Do you remember the virus that infected World of Warcraft, where they had these zombies?
oh, when they introduced the Lich King thing, yeah, yeah, I hated that. It was like I tried like hell to avoid it.
Like a ship would arrive, and these people would just come off just being like fucking crazy zombies. And if they didn't kill you, you'd turn into a zombie.
Yeah.
Just like nuts, right?
Yeah, you spend all this time to develop a character, and then he's turned into a zombie. So I just like stopped playing until the introductory event was over, I think.
But do you know why they did that? That was research on what would happen in a worldwide pandemic.
So I'm going to turn into a zombie. Well, I'll just have to stop playing life until I'll just have to hide in a hole somewhere until
I mean, the game turned you into that. I mean,
well, it did.
You looked at the data and said, okay, if these zombies go into this world, right? Because they were looking at World of Warcraft as a world. If you know they come into this world, how long does it take? And the pandemic was like, you know, well, you saw what it was like, right? It was crazy. Like they had to turn it off because it was.
Yeah, I think I filed a ticket over that.
No, seriously, man.
I did. I filed a ticket.
No, but like I've actually heard news reports, or not news reports. I've read them.
News reports in Canada and news reports about Warcraft.
No. About how that was like I've heard of like people who've been to the World of Warcraft stuff, and that was like something they were doing, which was using World of Warcraft to simulate things happening in a real world.
Warcraft was not the real world. You know what I thought would have saved the World of Warcraft as a game is if they made Warcraft Gold tradable for Bitcoin, when Bitcoin was only like $1 or $2 a coin. You know, if they would have done that, then I'd still be playing and I would be a multi-billionaire. You know, but they didn't do that. You know, unfortunately, if I could trade
coins, I just can't remember my password and stuff.
We'll find somebody to hack your account.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's like no, seriously, I earned a bunch and
well, Bitcoin is 2,500 each now.
Oh,
so that's what it was today. Last time I looked, you know, may have gone down.
50, maybe 100. I don't know.
Well, that's a lot of money. You should try and get it. If that's true, you should try and get it. But yeah, if you don't remember your password, you're just gonna have to find somebody to hack it for you. They probably won't believe you if you tell them it's your account. But
well, and that's the whole thing. I was playing.
But can you imagine if you had 1 million Warcraft gold and it was exchangeable on a 1-for-1 basis with Bitcoin? And I'd be like, you know, what's 1 million times 2,500? You know.
I'm never gonna work again anyway. So to me, it'd be just like, wow, I had a way nicer camper. I just bought a new camper.
You could buy G-Web's a van, so he wouldn't be so mad at you.
Well, it's a van camper, so it's really pisses him off because it's got a fan front end, but it's got a camper back end, so it's not stealthy at all. And I'm just like, I don't care. It's got a bathroom and a bathtub and a bedroom.
Oh, well, just get an RV, dude. I mean, but anyway, thanks for talking to me about World of Warcraft. It brought back a lot of PvP memories. I think I'll stop screen sharing this.
I still want to, like I say, I love playing PvP. I do World of Warships still. I mean, I'm terrible at it, and I think I've only got a level 4 warship or something. But it's still the most fun ever. I used to play World of Tanks because it was kind of like the World of Warships, a little bit slower. I can't do first-person shooters anymore. I am too slow to be good at it. I can't stand not being good.
You can't stand getting killed and losing. I really liked it. One thing I really had a lot of fun in was those Alterac Valley scrums, like in the middle of the battlefield, where it was like just past the middle, somewhere in the middle of the kind of on the Alliance side. There was just like on the road in between the bridge and the that middle tower. There was like a scrum of Horde on one side and a football scrum of Alliance on the other side. And people would just be mindlessly charging into the scrum and going back and forth, and people would be throwing every spell, and area of effect thing, and it would be like just a big scrum, and it was so fun.
Yeah. Well,
It was mindless. It was mindless. It's like when the game, you couldn't win doing that, but it was fun.
Yeah. I mean, I remember with my son, it was just like, he'd be like, get him! Get him off the edge. Get him! As he fell down. He's like, yep. Kill cat. Boom, 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 man. As many arrows as I could put out.
One thing you can do as a rogue in Alterac Valley is just, as soon as the Horde captures the tower, sneak in, and when they think they're safe, it's safe to leave, and as soon as they leave, recapture the flag, and that would really piss them off.
You ever consider, though, the fact that they made the bow more powerful than the gun? That always bothered me.
Well, it didn't matter, really. No, I don't think they did at one point, because I used a gun, and it did the same damage as a bow. It was just a different, picture of what you were shooting.
No, actually, the bow shot a little bit faster, like just a tiny bit, but they made the bow superior to the gun, which is wrong.
I don't remember that, but I always used a gun, so I wouldn't even know.
No, I was a bow guy. I liked the gun better. I liked the image of the gun, but more damage. I'm gonna take that little edge, right? And so it just, it bothered me that they, that maybe they were thinking that, right? It's like guns.
Gun control in World of Warcraft? I don't think so.
I don't know, man.
I mean, the main picture was a dwarf with a gun,
Yeah, but it's a blunderbuss. It's a primitive gun, and no.
Yeah, but every liberal knows that all guns are equally bad.
They don't. Actually, they look at those old guns and go, well, those are antiques. They won't hurt anyone.
Well, I mean, the loading picture for the Alterac Valley was a dwarf with a, gun. So, yeah, it was a blunderbuss, but it was a big blunderbuss.
I know. I'm not arguing with you on the point the picture was. I'm just saying that it doesn't matter because it looks old-fashioned, which means to them it's not tactical, right? Anything that looks tactical or cool or black, right? Because the whole, you know.
Yeah, but I had engineers, and I could build scopes for all my guns, So my rogue was an engineer, so he would build all the scopes for my hunter, and he was a jewel crafter too, so he could build,
I could never get scopes for my guns. Oh shit, you must have been. Yeah, you were.
I had traded everything on the auction house. So I had all the crafts covered except for, I don't know, I never had a blacksmith, but I had enchanter, jewel crafter,
yeah, one of my.
and a glyph. I did glyphs too. A character that did glyphs, and enchanting, jewel crafting, glyphs, engineering. Yeah, so I could engineer those rockets. You know what the most fun thing in the World of Warcraft was for PvP? I don't know if you guys had the that little ray, the discombobulator.
Oh God, yeah.
I swear, one time we were at one of the flags in the battle of in Alteric Valley, and my rogue was just wailing on some horde character, and then before I killed him, I discombobulated him, and then I turned him into and also slows them down a little so they can't run away from you. So I would always discombobulate a flag carrier in Warsong Gulch or any place.
Or turkey.
Turn him into a leopard gnome. Turns him into a leopard gnome.
What?
Yeah, the discombobulator ray turns him into a leopard gnome. And had like 5 charges, so I built like 100 of them or something.
What's a leopard gnome?
A leper gnome, GNOME.
Oh, okay.
Leper, LEPER, and so basically it slowed their movement rate and it made them turn them into an actual tiny little ugly gnome.
Oh, I've never seen that. No.
So you basically shrink this gigantic Tauren down into this tiny little leper gnome. It was so funny. And it does discombobulate people when they get shrunken down, from their character that they used to into this tiny little thing, and they can't move around very fast because it reduces their movement rate 10%.
Well, because they got little short legs now.
Yeah, and it reduces their attacks percentage too, and so when it would it was so funny. But if some flag carrier was moving too fast and you couldn't catch him, hit him with that ray. But of course they could, if they were a shapeshifter, they could just shapeshift out of it. But if they were a druid, if it was not a druid, then it worked great.
Morella weekend things, you get special guns that would, you could shoot someone and turn them into a turkey.
Oh, those are like. Yeah, special event things, or holiday or yearly, event things.
Tons of those,
Did you ever get a boomerang?
Boomerang.
Yeah, there was like a place up in north of Pandaria where you could get there's a creature you killed and you would drop a boomerang, and if you threw them at a character on a flying mount, it would knock them off their mount or any.
No, I never got one of those. God.
Those were so awesome because if the horde were like flying near, they would sometimes they'd fly near Stormwind. You could just throw a boomerang at them and it would knock them off their mount. And it would always surprise the hell out of them because they were like, "Wait a minute, I'm on a flying mount." All of a sudden they're falling to the ground, Yeah. And so I would if I was by one of those alliance towns that the horde would rate, you just wait for them to fly by and then you just knock them off their horse. I'd wait up in that tree over that town. In the middle of that town, there was a tree that you could hide in right in the middle of town, in the branches. And if they, if you were stealthy, I just wait for a horde to fly by and then knock them down.
Don't know about that one. But, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, you have to know all the little tricks.
Yeah, well, yeah, I never did. I just like to go and fish.
It was a fishing game for you. I really liked the combat. It was intense.
Game for me that also had some excitement because some areas you'd be fishing in, and then it'd be like, oh, like computer guards that come attack you, even though you're on a PvP server. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, there was that one achievement of fishing in the Horde town. So whenever you had to get the achievement of obviously fishing in an opposite faction town.
I'm pretty sure I fished in every alliance town you were allowed, or that was challenged to.
Now, Iron Forge in the cave.
I used to fly in really high, drop into the lake, and then just swim to the shore that was furthest away from any alliance people and fish. And then,
Until you got the achievement, yeah.
Yeah. So I'd have my flyer come in, pick me up, fly out. Hopefully I wouldn't get shot enough to get shot down, and fly away.
I would be like the Horde. I was like the Paul Revere of the Alliance, because when the Hordes would raid Alliance towns, at first they'd do the easy ones, and then the last two they do would be Iron Forge and then Stormwind. And by the time they got to Stormwind, they had raided all the they'd already raided Darnassus and that other place that nobody ever goes, and and by the time they got to Stormwind, but I would be the one. I'd try to get everybody to Iron Forge. I'd be like, the Horde are coming, everybody join the raid on the trade channel. And, some people would show up around the King, in Iron Forge. But, by the time we got to Stormwind, it was serious because they'd probably killed every other, all the other towns. And so raiding Stormwind was harder for the Horde, And it was an easy way to get a lot of kills, but they had healers with them. So, you would need, it would be the raids and counter raids.
Way more organized than I ever experienced on my servers.
Well, yeah, people would, people would have fun, defending the town, the Stormwind anyway,
Well, hey, I was online and somebody said, Thunder Bluff's getting attacked. I would fly there if I could. Right. And
yeah, well, portals made it a lot quicker, though.
Yeah, portals kind of sucked.
Well, they put those in Lich King, so you could, everybody would run to the nearest, everybody would run to the town, and
yeah.
What was the floating town up there in the north area, Northrend, where all the portals were?
Oh, it was some evil place. All I remember. It was all green slime and everything, and because we managed to beat the Lich.
You mean where the sewers were?
Yeah. Well, because you managed to beat the Lynch King, you could actually fly there, or you could fly there on a bat. I think through the sewers. Yeah, it was really stupid.
Did you ever do a raid that beat the Lich King?
Oh, I beat the Lynch King.
I think I got that achievement on one of my characters. I forget which one. Let's see.
Yeah, whatever. Because it was I was going with friends who had already beaten them 4 times.
Yeah, I think I waited until it was we were on the next expansion before I even tried, because I wasn't much of a raider.
We know how to do this. Just stand back and.
Well, there was some. You had to move. As I recall, you had to move around. Do that dance thing. That stand in the right spots and attack the right thing.
Basically, just follow me.
No, the Lich King was not just a follow me battle, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. Anyway, if you're a hunter, just follow this other hunter and stand right where he stands. Shoot there if you have a chance. So it was
the hell were the raids? Dungeons and raids.
You know, the thing is with WoW, if you were a low level and you shot at someone, even though a high level was standing next to you shooting them, they would go for you. Like they knew enough to go for, I'm going to go for the one I have a chance to kill. That was kind of cool. I like the way they did that.
Champion of the Frozen Race. Looking for multitudes. The Glory of the Hero.
Or the game I really like is Black Hawk Down.
Never played that.
Yeah, that's too bad. Call of Duty original one.
I must have done it on my healer, on my druid healer. It's been so long I don't even remember. I remember doing it, getting the achievement, and watching the the video after it.
I remember getting achievement of fishing, and then like on the server, getting like 15 or 20 people going, "Way to go!" It must have gone up a little further that I got this achievement or something, and it was like, you know, all these other fishermen going, "Way to go! You know, right on! Blah, blah, blah. What do you use?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" This is when I just started fishing. Well, it was kind of fun. I like this, you know. Oh, things bobbing, click. Oh, I got a fish. I can turn this into food and stuff.
Lich King Raid. Obituary. Iron Dwarf. Aldar. Firefighter. I don't even remember all this shit. Heroic Fall of the Lich King, 10 players. So I killed the Lich King on Heroic on my druid. I must have been a healing for that one.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Heroic's pretty high up.
Lich King 10 player. So I did that in 2011. It's been a while.
Yeah. Damn it, man. I never saw you as this big geek. Now,
Well, I don't do this shit anymore, man. I got into real guns. At some point, I was with all these guns and knives. I was like, okay, you know, I really need to get into the real thing and knock off all this computer shit.
I'm like serious, like, you know, because I was into the guns and knives before I was into the computer shit. But now I'm thinking, man, you were into the computer shit before the guns and knives.
Well, it was more like the same time, actually, but...
No, wait, let me finish. I think I've lost respect for you.
I don't care.
You know I'm just shitting you, right?
Well, this is a Warcraft thing. I mean, why would I care if you care if you don't like me for playing Warcraft? When you played just as much as I did.
Probably more. Exactly. I'm just poking you, man. That's funny, though. Yeah.
Jack of all trades.
10 years between us, and we both did the same stupid shit for years.
Wait, fishing achievements. Here we go. Abysmal Gulper Eel Angler, Draenor Angler, Fell Sleeper Angler, Whiptail Angler. I didn't even know I had these achievements. Become best friends with Nat Pagle. The Lurker Above. Did you ever get that one?
Yeah.
Fish up the Lurker below in the Serpent Shrine Cavern.
I remember that there was a bunch of stuff swimming.
Mr. Pinchy's Magical Crawdad box.
No, I didn't get that
That
one.
was a hard one.
You say
Fish
that
your
remember it. You know as well as I do that it's been how many years, and you know it's a video game. You know you don't remember that. You just kind of go.
No,
"Oh,
Mr. Pinchies, I remember that because I had to keep fishing in like some certain lake to get it. You know, I had to fish up like 1 billion of those damn lobster things.
What things?
Those lobster, you had to fish up 1 million of those lobster things before I got lucky enough, and with all my, you know, fishing doodads and bonuses, you know, my fishing hat, my fishing raft, my fishing cloak, or my fishing shoes, or whatever the hell it was, my +10 fishing enchantment and all that shit to get Mr. Pinchy's Crawdad box fishing like lobster in a. It was fishing up those lobster in a certain lake. That's the only way you could get that box.
Yeah, actually, I'm sad to say I actually remember that.
Turtles all the way down.
Oh,
Fish up
I love turtles. I killed so many turtles to level up in that game. I love killing turtles.
Fishing up a sea turtle mount. You could fish up a mount, though.
Oh yeah, but you could just kill those like beach turtles. You could just sit there as a hunter and go, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, ding ding ding, and like level 10 levels just killing turtles in a couple hours.
Chasing Marcia. There's Golden Silver, the Coin Master. Old Iron Jaw, that was the one. Old Crafty and Old Crafty, that was the hard one in Orgrimmar.
Crafty, I got Old Crafty, I think.
Yeah, but I was an Alliance character. I didn't have a horde. It made it harder.
Well, that's probably true. But I mean, a lot of the fish I had to go get were in the middle of Alliance territory, and it was just like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Let's go.
Well, that would be like fishing in the middle of Stormwind, dude.
Oh, dude, I used to like literally jump off the top of my mount and drop into a lake, and then swim to shore.
Yeah, you told me that story.
No, I'm just saying, right? I mean, that's the way you got to do it if you want to get the fish. Isn't that sad that we actually do that shit instead of actually go?
Well, the problem is, fish around here and can have that algae disease. The reef fish here you can get poison from eating. It's the only problem, from algae poison. I forgot the name. Yeah, so basically I only eat, deep water tuna, ahi. I don't eat any of the reef fish, although they're popular sport fishing, but I won't eat them anymore because when I learned about it begins with a C. Sorry, my brain isn't working.
You got any fish that live in your rivers, or they just run down the
rivers? We don't, mostly around here it's sea fish, and it's all the reef fish can have this algae toxin, and it's in all the tropical areas, but there's no way to detect for it. The University of Hawaii did make a detection system, but it turned out not to work, even though they sold it as if it did. And so I just do not eat reef fish anymore. I have enough health issues to worry about. I'll eat sea tuna. I had some poke today, but it was deep sea tuna. It wasn't, Ono or any reef fish. I don't eat reef fish anymore. It's dangerous.
Right. I get
and so that's why I don't fish. I would fish. I would enjoy fishing, but it's just I don't want to get sick.
Do your rivers have fish? Like you might have, right?
Very few. There's a few rivers, but not many.
Do they have fish?
What?
Do they have fish?
In the rivers, maybe, but they're remote and hard. You have to hike to get to them, and they're not, there aren't very many rivers. There's a couple of them, There's a few here and there. I've been in one, but I was on a one of those tours with my family when they came to visit me, where you get on a 4-wheel drive and go off into the a very remote area, with a tour guide on like one of these, tricked out 4-wheel drive vehicles, and you go off in the middle of nowhere. And there is like one river, that I know of that I've been to, but
Jurassic
but
Park without the dinosaurs.
yeah, basically there's not many rivers around here. It's there's plenty of ocean, but but reef fish can have that algae, and the small fish, the big fish eat the small fish. The small fish basically eat the coral reefs, and they at a certain time of year they put out this toxin, and it goes from the fish, it goes from the small fish to the big fish to the fish that people eat, and once it gets in your system, you can't get it out.
The small fish eat? They eat the poop in the water, and whether it's fish poop or people poop.
Well, they also eat the coral. They pick at the coral.
Yeah, oh, they do. I'm sure, because they're just trying to get the taste of the poop out of their mouth.
Well, have you ever seen the parrotfish? They have those big sharp beaks, and they that's what they're for, is eating the coral.
Yeah, but that's parrotfish. So anyway, there's lots of other fish. Really it is to the fish, algae bloom, right? There's lots of nutrients because fish see.
And there's also toxins. That's the problem is that there's this toxin
too, right? We have the same problem in Canada, right? Like some of our fish in lakes have high mercury content because the mercury is coming out of the air.
Well, this is a natural problem, though. It's not like man-made. This is a natural one, issue of the of algae toxin, and it's pretty bad if you get it, in your system. So I basically just eat the deep sea fish that don't have that problem. If you eat just deep sea fish, they don't have problems that reef fish have, with that. So
I would just raise chickens and goats. Never worry about the fish. Unless I catch them in the ocean.
Well, yeah, but with Warcraft, you don't have to worry about that. They don't have that problem.
There you go, man.
But
it's really funny that you and I both were like World of Warcraft nerds.
Well, I was just like the PvP. I especially like killing people with knives. But what happened was basically, like I said, a horde hunter just kept giving me and my friends shit and trying to kill us all the time around that town on the coast, in the Alliance coast outside of Darnassus, and so we had to organize against them, and I just went overboard in taking vengeance. It took vengeance to a whole new level.
That's hilarious, man.
I literally put out a bounty to have him killed on the trade channel.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing him in the in the Pandaria expansion, and he saw my character. I was just doing dailies, and I didn't pay any attention to him, but he stopped, turned around, and jumped up and started walking backwards when he saw me, and all kind of shit. I didn't do anything. I just did my dailies and ignored him. He was flagged, but I was on my healing character anyway, so. Because my druid used to be balanced, but by then he was because they kept nerfing things, I found that in Battlegrounds the balance just didn't do very well. But as a healer, I could keep the whole team up, So we would go into the Isle of Conquest, at the beginning, and where everybody just runs towards the middle, the flag in the middle, and I could just keep the whole team up, because it had area of effect healing, I could just heal our way through any horde attack. So I just did, battleground healing on my druid mostly, and because they nerfed the druid.
But in PvP,
that was the
one other person. Then you wanted to go full power because you had huge power as a druid.
Well, yeah, but they kind of nerfed a lot of it. But what I found in PvP, the problem with being a boomkin in PvP is that you're this big fat owl, and everybody targets you first. All the horde would always kill the boomkin first. Everybody would target me because you're this big, slow, fat moving target, you know. Yeah. And it took you. And if you want to cast a spell, you have to stand in one place, you know, for like 10 seconds to cast a Starfire.
Talking boomkins though, but that wasn't always the way it was. Boomkins were late in the game. Early in the game, it was elves. It was.
Well, my elf was a boomkin. He was an elf.
Yeah, so they could turn into a boomkin because there wasn't boomkins.
Well, basically what I would do in Astranar was I would stand on top of the pole, so I couldn't get Malid in the flagpole in the center of town. I'd climb up the building, jump onto the flagpole, and go stealthing as a cat, and then I'd just wait for the horde to show up. I'd really just wait for them to show up, and then when they showed up, they'd come to the flagpole, look around, and I'd turn into a boomkin. I'd summon my treants. The treants would just beat the ever-living crap out of them, and they'd try and run away from them, and so then I'd entangle them and root them to the ground. So then they start to panic because they couldn't move, and they would start fighting with my treants, which was pointless because I could just summon more, and then I just moonbeam them and starfire them, and that's how Star Fury came about, from standing on that flagpole, and that was just.
None of that means anything to me because I was a hunter and I was like 10 years before you, dude. But guess what? I just put my new.
It was vanilla.
I just put my new barrel on my 870. God, does it look badass?
You don't have your video camera on though.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna turn it on either. I'm gonna take some pictures with it in my 1100 and tell everybody why I now, even after years of praising the 1100 and saying it's the best shotgun ever, I'm gonna go with 870.
I honestly can't remember whether I named my character Tavor before or after I got the rifle. I may have wanted it and named it Tavor, and then I had to wait for the rifle because when the rifle first came out, they were like selling for more than the manufacturer list suggested price, and I was never going to pay more than the MSRP for it. So I may have named the character Tavor while I was waiting. I don't remember. It's possible.
Yeah. Well, I know they're popular here, really popular here, because they're a good firearm that uses AR-15 magazines, which means you can use a 10-round magazine in them.
Well, basically, I have binary, so I still have explosive traps, like my hunter did. It's just, but I just have to have binary in my backpack. So somebody tries to break into my condo, I could just drop an explosive trap, let them walk in the door, and then blow them out the window. What?
Oh, we're still talking about World of Warcraft. Okay. I'm live. Yeah. Binary explosives. Yes, in World of Warcraft, they did have those.
They did?
Yeah, we'll say that.
Okay. Some law enforcement agency might be monitoring gun channels chat. At this hour?
Yeah, you think? It's possible. Anyway.
Well, I'm sure they will have found something to arrest me for by now.
You're under more restrictions than Canada is. That's terrible. I mean, it really is. It's absolutely awful. I mean, I am so disgusted we're under this much restriction. And it's like, you're an American state.
I know.
Happen.
Basically, I don't know. They're just, this Hawaii was like this when I got here. Okay, it's not my fault. Don't blame me. It was fucked up before I got here.
Yes, like I think, like, oh my God, you're on an island. You could just point out of the water and shoot anytime you want. Like, it's ocean. It's empty. That's 90% of the world, and there's no one there.
Well, I don't have a boat, and you know they basically have intentionally. They're so anti-building and anti-business that they won't expand the arena. There's like a 30-year waiting list for a slip at the local harbor. It's impossible to get a slip at the local harbor if you had a boat. If you have a boat, you have to store it on land somewhere and then put it into the water when you want to go sailing, and then sail it, and then take it out of the water when you get back. And that is just too much fucking trouble, But a lot of people do it. It's just they will not build they will not expand the arena. It's basically building is considered evil here. Business is considered evil here. Anything besides tourism is like wrong. Man, if they allowed gambling here, I mean, people from Asia would flock here, especially if they in Waikiki, but it's like this religious left wing, like if they allow gambling, the natives won't know how to handle it or something stupid, They'd make a fortune, running the casinos and as blackjack dealers, but they're just so stupid.
Whatever age, but you've got the, but we can't have gambling. It'll somehow hurt the local people.
Yeah, local people would be like, unable to. They would all go broke and be taken advantage of by, Man, no, they would be running the fucking shit, like
any casino in Arizona or New Mexico. It's going to be really good for about 10% of the local native community, and the other part, well, they're going to be in the same place they were before, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they'll spend their EBT cards on gambling tokens or coin,
Well, the thing is, it really has been shown is like 10% of the native community will get boosted really high. Now, there is some statistics that show that those people, because of the way the native community is, they will try lift the other part, but the other part doesn't want to work. I mean, they can get welfare and everything from the government, so they don't want to do anything. There's all kinds of problems.
Yeah, I was just pissed when they, drove Coinbase out of here, so I couldn't just buy Bitcoin, but I can mine it, but Coinbase can't operate here in the States, so, which is the, major U.S., company that sells, cryptocurrency. So I did the, mining deal with the Reykjavik, Iceland company, and I'm cloud mining Bitcoin.
How do you find your Bitcoins if you lost them because it was something you ordered, 20 years ago or something?
If you don't know where they are, you're just shit out of luck. You don't remember? Weren't they in a wallet or Bitcoin blockchain wallet of some type?
I don't know. I just got paid some of them because I was playing some video games for them. Actually, it was Warcraft. Not World of Warcraft, but Warcraft.
Well, if you don't remember where they are, then you're just pretty much shit out of luck. Unless you can log on to that old account and try and collect your coins by starting up in the game again.
I don't think anymore. There was some company in Vegas that was like, trying to do.
I so wish that World of Warcraft would have switched their gold to Bitcoin. I really do.
World World of Warcraft, but Warcraft.
I know. I was just that was my idea. I thought, if Warcraft could switch their in-game gold to cryptocurrencies.
God, I've never worked. Well, I don't really have to work again, but I don't have to work again if I die in the next 5 or 6 years, which works out because the dog's only going to last another 5 or 6 years.
Death pays all your debts.
You know what? It really does. I got a new camper, which is making G-Webs crazy. Oh, yeah, we're already talking about that. Man, this thing is so badass. Oh, it's got this perfect place. I can take this little sissy table out on one of the chairs and just like put a real desk in there with a couple of laptops. I've got a perfect place for doing, the podcasts, everything else. Got a really nice bed in the back, a full bathroom. And Jay was like, "No, I want an old van that I'm gonna have to pee in a bucket."
Well, you could just pull over the road and piss on the side of the road. You don't need.
Well, he could, but I mean, what if he's in the campsite? Does he want to go walk outside and then go pee somewhere? And some old lady walking her dog might see him and freak out and call the cops. And
Somebody.
Got his penis out, hanging by his knees. He's peeing all over the road. My poor Mickey almost freaked
Bob, you're going off the rails. I mean, I pissed off the side of a road before, and I don't care if anybody sees me piss off the side of the road.
Well, you never know, right? It's who it is who sees you, right?
I don't give a shit who sees me.
Old lady sees you, she calls the cops.
Who cares? They aren't going to arrest you for taking a leak.
Next thing you know, you're charged with, exhibitionism. On your record, it says flashed an 8-year-old woman with his penis, right? Follow you through your life. Oh my God.
I don't think I'm going to answer that question. Oh, here were my hunter's pets. I had a. Oh, check! You got to check this one out. Let me screen share this. My hunter's pets. You got to see this.
Did you actually have a pig?
No, just one. But look at this. Is my favorite pet.
Well, if you had a cat, maybe.
Guess which one was my favorite pet?
What? Bugs.
Knob control. Look at the name. This one.
Noob control.
It was one of those things from the what was that valley? It was the one with the it was like the first expansion where they had the alliance and the God, I don't remember anything. It was one of the expansion valleys.
Yeah, you're talking years and years ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember much shit.
But I thought you'd like the name. But anyway, I had a cat, this thing here, a spider, a turtle, and a wolf.
Yeah.
But knob control, that was, I would just love sending that into the horde.
I'm pretty sure I had that cat. I don't know if I had the noob control thing. So I had a spider. I never had a turtle. I've never wanted to have a turtle.
Well, they were just incredible tanks, but the spider had the web, could throw the web.
Right, so I'd have a pig instead of a turtle.
The spider could throw the web and trap, players though.
Yeah, I know. It was something I looked at, and it, other than that, the spider was so weak for attack, whereas a cat could.
Well, the hunter had more attack power than any of the animals most of the time.
It could roar and panic people into freezing.
It basically what the knob control could do was knock out the it would nullify their armor. It bit them once and it would nullify their armor and put a debuff on them, and so then I could wail on them, and they wouldn't like they didn't have any armor. So,
well, that's an advantage. I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's you went way deeper into this shit than I ever did.
Well, I was an expert on killing Horde. I was. I killed hundreds of thousands of Horde. So
all the time because I'd just go up behind them and shoot them in the back of the head.
That doesn't. It took more than one shot, dude.
I mean, my thing was I would never give Alliance. I never give anyone a chance if I ever go up and do that shit. It's like, I'm gonna wait until you get your back turned into me, and I'm gonna fucking smoke you in the back and send my pet in, and while you're trying to react to my attack, the pet's gonna attack, and blah 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 blah. So you're gonna go down.
What was fun as a hunter? Were you playing the game when they had when you could summon all your pets at once?
Oh god, yeah.
That was so fun.
Oh.
Well, I could send a turtle, a spider, a wolf, and one of these things.
Well, no, I only have like I say, I did a pig, a cat.
But when you can just overwhelm them with lots of NPCs.
I had a snake, and
I forgot what that was called.
Oh man, it was deadly. Snake and oh fuck. Wolf maybe? I don't know. But yeah. Oh, that snake was just nasty because it was venomous, and it was also a constrictor.
Not letting me show this thing. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, you had to do a heroic dungeon to get this white snake, and it was a big giant white snake that you could just like.
Oh, you were a Beastmaster? I never played Beastmaster, where you had to get special pets.
Oh, the super pets, they were incredible, right? So you had this big giant white snake. And
Yeah, a lot of people played Beastmaster just for that. I was a marksmanship guy.
No, I like the Beastmaster because you set your pet in, and then you sit back and go going.
Yeah, smoke a joint and do nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the pet does all the damage.
Yeah.
But I like doing the fighting myself.
Always, it doesn't even do all the damage, but it always keeps the aggro. Right. So the target's always going to be on the pet. So you can just sit back there and just like ding, ding, ding.
Well, but I mean, real players know to ignore the pet and attack the hunter.
No, I mean if you don't just if you just do regular arrows, it does nothing, right? But if you do venom arrow, stuff like that. Now, if you're not a Beastmaster, and you don't tell your beast to burst, when you start hitting it with those really potent arrows like the venom
and marksmanship used aimed shot, so which had a pushback.
Right. So what happens is the prey will focus on you, which you don't want because you don't have a lot of armor and shit as a hunter. So by doing that and then hitting what you call it over that. Pet just, pulls the aggro back on itself. So,
Yeah, but again, you're talking about fighting NPCs, and but any.
No, you can actually fight real people that way.
Well, only if they're stupid and don't know. I mean, anybody that knows anything about, there are stupid people that play Warcraft, but any
Tell me
real
the truth.
PvPer would know to ignore the pet and kill the hunter.
Tell me the truth. 90% of the people who play World of Warcraft are
Children.
stupid.
Stupid. That probably includes both of us. So
No, I'm not denying that. I mean, I was that way. Because we're old, right? So it's harder for us to put our minds around this. But like, even for the young ones, the stuff we're talking about, it's like the really good ones are just like, like I know people are really good at this game, and they're just like, like I've played my twink, like we were talking about twinks earlier. I had a 20, a 40, or whatever. But my level 20 twink, I think a warrior, and I actually managed to fight her level 20 regular character to a draw.
I think we ran all the gun people out of this chat, dude.
Oh yeah, love Smeggy. All right, man. Yeah, it's stupid late, and I gotta go and pay for my trailer tomorrow. I bought a van before G-Web's dead.
You'll get a demerit or something on the Daily Gun Show.
Oh God, man, he is mad. It's so funny.
Doesn't make a lick of sense to me, but
No, he's not really mad. He's just like, you fucker, right? But now I've got a way cooler. Like my van has a bathtub.
You need a hot tub, though, man. You need like a jacuzzi.
Oh, I'd like one, but hell, I'm glad to have a bathtub. But yeah, it's like nice, 20 feet, whatever. But yeah, no, it's 20, 22 feet.
Did your World of Warcraft character have one of those motorcycles, those orc choppers?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. I had a sidecar, so I could carry it.
Yeah. I had the Alliance version of that, but I think the Horde one looked better.
They were cooler too. I mean, it was fun to ride them. But I mean, it was fun to ride anything after running.
Yeah, in vanilla, I got so tired of having to walk and run every place. When I finally got a mount, it was like freedom.
I started playing when you had to be level 40 before you got a mount.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
And they were expensive. I remember it took a while to raise that much gold.
Oh yeah. That's funny. You and I have same parallel kind of experiences.
You're the Canadian version of me.
Personally, I think you're the American version of me. But...
All right. Well, you don't have a Tavor, though.
I could buy one, but I'm just too cheap.
Yeah, they're kind of expensive.
I'm probably going to buy a Norinco Type 97.
Yeah, I wish they had, auto machine guns for the hunters in Warcraft, full auto.
You know what? I actually don't. I like the fact that they're, primitive, because the whole thing is primitive.
Yeah, I like the engineering, gadgets and bombs and mines and stuff, especially when you're leveling up, when you were in the battlegrounds and you're just level 30 or what, and you still have those cool engineering, bombs and traps and shit and nets and things that you could use.
You ever play Duke Nukem?
Nope. Obviously, Warcraft took too much of my time, so.
You ever play Black Hawk Down?
Nope.
If you ever see it,
saw the movie. Never saw the game.
Oh, the game is the movie. You do a first mission. You're driving along a road, and all of a sudden everybody's shooting at you. Crazy, man. And then you can actually play multiplayer. I don't think you can do that anymore, but it used to be you could play multiplayer, and it's about the same as play Call of Duty World War II or Call of Duty.
I've seen that. I've never played any of those games.
You ever played Call of Duty?
No, I did play Sudden Strike, which was a DVD, game, or I mean a CD for a computer game. But it was more like a strategic, World War II, move units around kind of a game.
Yeah, Block Hop Down was you moved around, you could use it like you were just.
I never did any other first-player shooter games, just Warcraft. Well, I did have a lot of characters, though, so it took up a lot of time, so I didn't have time for other games. I did have other things in my life to do. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm so bad that one of my kids wanted to play World of Warcraft at the start, so I bought them an account. They got 50 players. That's what it was, 50 players per account.
Now I'm looking at my rogue's talents, and it's just that they changed it so much from how it used to be, but I'm seeing Master of Subtlety, Grappling Hook, which is a new thing that I never used, Anticipation, Harley, I never used that at all, Killing Spree, I love that one. That used to be a combat talent, though, and I had a Subtlety rogue, so, and Death from Above. I don't think I used that. That finishing move that empowers your weapons with shadow energy that performs devastating. I remember a lot of stuff that, they just completely nerfed rogues. You know what really pissed me off is that everything had stealth. I mean, I was a rogue. I was supposed to have, I was supposed to be able to sneak up on, but everybody had stealth.
Yeah. Well, then they put all the Night Elves had stealth.
Well, I know, but all the classes had stealth, too. They had some way to go stealth. Everybody did. And it got stupid.
Well, and they were trying to balance things, but they just did it wrong. I mean,
they fucked it up beyond all recognition, and that's when I quit.
I mean, honest to God, I would still rather play Call of Duty. That I had the version that had World War II, and it was online, so you could play against other people. So you could play American or German, and you had M1s or different weapons from World War II. That was the best first-person shooter I've ever played. Far superior, or far more entertaining than World of Warcraft.
Well, not the way I played it. I had plenty of fun.
World of Warcraft would burn way more time.
Yeah, well, they definitely killed it by making it too time intensive with the dailies, and then they took it completely. Everybody complained about that, and they just never did anything right. I swear, at a certain point, the more they fucked with it, the more they fucked it up. And the garrisons thing just failed completely. The economy, they screwed up the economy, and there was no point in having any gold, and PvP turned into a suck fest, and there wasn't any balance. And
hardcore, I guess, hardcore, can you say that? Hardcore core. But anyway, they had a hardcore of people that would, no matter what WoW did, they would keep playing it, and they did
for a while. But after WOD,
into what is it now, about 2 million?
Still a lot of people, but yeah, it went down. They stopped reporting the numbers because it went down so hard. Yeah, it went from like
I've heard below 3 million people. So
Yeah, basically, they stopped reporting it though, because basically it went from 10 million to 7 million to 5 million, and that's when they stopped reporting it. So I assume it kept going down. But they were saying that the latest thing would save it, but I just didn't buy into it. And I guess the guy that I used to play with came back to it, but it's just.
I think it's had its time. I think we need a new 3D glasses version of a first-person shooter. I don't care whether it's World War II, Vietnam. I want to be there, up close, personal. Bam, 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 bam.
I'll just take my Tavor into the jungle and my knives and wait for somebody to come after me, and I'll use all the tricks I learned in Warcraft in real life if I have to. But
yeah, I'll just stick to I'm gonna be in my new van. Yeah. That's gotta piss. Oh, I know it does, because like mine's.
You need a turret on the top, man.
Shh. I don't want to tell him about it yet.
Oh man, you need a turret. Well, just don't paint like Guncho Loophole on the side of it, then he'll really blow it. It'll come off.
No, actually, on the back of it, the window is perfect. I take the back window shield from the camper I'm in now, and it fits over that window, and it's got the Gun Channels logo and everything on it. So it's like camper doing another.
He'll shoot you when he sees you the next time. Don't go to Arizona. You're gonna be. He'll put a bounty on you.
No, he's fine.
The people will show up in Arizona, everybody be, "Hey, it's Biker Bob, open fire! Fire at will!"
He's a little jealous because, I got a way cooler van than he does. But, he's got a Chevy anyway. It's like, I'm thinking I should just, make sure I have a tow bar and a couple of brackets that can weld to the front bumper of his van, so that when it breaks down, I can tow it to the next town. Just thinking ahead. Might make sense, right? Rather than use a tow strap, because then he's going to run into me. Brakes won't work. So.
You know what things that rogues can't do? You know what things that rogues can't do in real life they could do in World of Warcraft was sap, another player. That would be so cool if you could do that in real life. Just tap them with your sword and they just become senseless and can't do anything but wobble around.
Do that. If you take a decent combat knife like this one Huck made for me, and just tap somebody on the back of the head, nice sharp wrap will just make them shut right up. Honest to God, it just they go. And
what, hitting him on the back of the head with the flat of the knife?
No. Just with the pommel. Yeah. Turn this on, I guess.
Basically, and most people didn't know. That was the whole thing about fighting in arenas. You had to know, because I had so many characters, and so many. I played all the different classes pretty much. I knew the weaknesses of all the classes. So if I knew that, like rogues got a bonus if they attacked after they sapped a character. So, I would, know that, if you got sapped, if they were they're probably going to attack you right away if they knew what they were doing, because they get like a 25% damage bonus on the first strike. So, which was a substantial bonus. But if you didn't know that, then, you would just wait until, save your trinket for later. But, if you knew he was going to strike right away. So it helps to know all the strength and weaknesses, how long it takes to cast a spell, stuff like that.
Can you see the pommel on this knife?
It's a little dark. I'm hold it up higher. Yeah, so is it brass? It's brass.
But the center pin is steel, and that's the blade is Damascus.
Okay, so the pommel is steel, though, right?
Oh,
Well, if you were going to sneak up on somebody, though, I mean, I could never imagine hitting somebody, just have them wobble around. I mean, they know you're there. You know, it's better if you just leap out of the shadows and do them in, you know? I mean, I think the standard way the military teaches you to sneak up someone is to grab their mouth with your left hand and then stab them in the kidneys with your knife with the right, because they'll reach up for your hand against their mouth and try and pull it away, and opening their, they won't be able to defend their kidney.
Well, so that knife is basically a replica of the first Special Air Service.
The Sykes, the whatever it was, Sykes, forgot the name.
Fairbanks Commando.
Fairbanks Sykes, yeah.
Yeah, and it was used by the first brigade. That was the Canadians and the Americans made a special special service together. It was SAS or whatever. But they took Canadian troops and American troops.
Those are also illegal. You know, double-edged knives are illegal in Hawaii, so I have to stick with my karambit because it's only got a single edge, But there are karambits that have double edges, too. They were designed to have two edges.
Yeah, well, that sucks. But like what I'm saying is, this gun chosen by the Canadian American special, because you could put it in a desk drawer, bend it. No, not the one I particularly have, because it's a Damascus blade. But you could bend it and force that drawer open, and then straighten that knife out and still stab somebody to death with it. Whereas the K-bar, you put it in there and it would snap because it was still too hard to steal, eh? Kept the better edge.
Yeah, you have to quench a knife properly. That's all about the quenching and the tempering. You have to be tempered to make it not, too hard. It's quenched and then tempered. That's why I pay $350 for my Dawson camping knife. It's a fucking awesome blade, and that's a good one. If I had to sneak up on somebody and stab them, I wouldn't use my karambit. I'd use, more of a dagger kind of a thing. I'd use, but face to face, frontal, I'd use my karambit every day, twice on Sunday. But yeah, I've got bigger knives, that I could use also.
Oh yeah, but that's because you're limited. Because much like me, you're in an environment where you're not allowed to carry.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to carry my Glock, right?
Yeah.
So
that sucks. But at the same time, it's like, do I work? I carry my.
You adapt and you overcome to the situation. You work with inside the law, and so you try and follow the laws because there's consequences to not following the law.
Right. And since I've been 13 years old, I have carried either a buck knife in the sheath on my belt, or for the last probably 15 years, I've carried a Mai Tai MRKB or whatever the hell it is.
A Mai Tai? I thought that was a drink.
No, it's actually but it's flick blade. It's spelled Thai, like my, and then TIGH.
Yeah, there's one knife actually called the TIE Fighter.
Yeah.
The guy's name is actually Thai, is his last name. So.
No, but CRKT. It's a good
Columbia Knife, River and Tool.
Yeah. So good quality knife, and like I say, I've had it for years and years and years. So it's been fine. and before that, I carried the buck knife. And you know, I could pull my buck knife out and flick that blade open with one hand because you know I misspent you.
Yeah, well, it's always nice to have the right knife for the right job. I mean, you know, I'd use a different knife if I was planning on sneaking up on a guard at a sentry post than I would if I was just walking down the street, you know.
But yeah, it's what you carry every day. Well, that's what I carry every day, and I feel quite comfortable if somebody came at me with a machete, I would like be backing up like a son of a bitch, but I'd be pulling my knife out and get ready to.
I'd be closing the range. I'd be closing the range and grabbing the arm with the machete and redirecting it and disarming him. And I'd close because the closer I am with my knife, the less seconds they have to live. It's like enjoy the last 3 seconds of your life because that's about all you have left.
Yeah,
you know.
I step back and go. Process, go. Right. Because he doesn't know that I'm gonna have a gun or a knife, right? He's just gonna be going.
Well, if you have a gun, then obviously you want you want to be at a range.
Gun, well, then it would just be like bam, 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 bam. Because the closer I am, the more sure I am I'm gonna hit him.
Well, the closer you are, the you let them, you know, they can't hurt you if they're too far away, you know. So
yeah, but the thing is, that's you see, I'm a, you know, I would have no problem having a Derringer. I'll do a belly gun, you know, like oh crap, I can't hit him here. I'll just charge him, and when I get close, boom, boom. Well, I gotta go, man.
All right, sleep well. It was nice talking to you. Sorry we got off on the computer game thing, but it's been a while since I talked about that stuff.
I actually really like that. Oh, it was fun.
Okay, we drove away everyone else though, so.
I know we got fuck the chat. We worked it.
All right. Good night.